wrote them down, and now I can't find them. Yeah, here we go. William Condon, Travis Wasowski, Alice Wasowski, and Colin Steiner are going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So, I guess I have to call the meeting to order too. Yeah, let's do that. All right, I'm going to call the meeting to order. And first we'll ask for a return of the warrant. Madam Clerk, is there a return of the warrant?
Pursuant to the within warrant, I have notified and warned the inhabitants of the town of Townsend by posting up attested copies of the same at Memorial Hall, 272 Main Street, at the center, the West Townsend Reading Room in West Townsend, the Police Communications Center at 70 Brookline Road, the Harbor Fire Station, 47 Main Street, in Harbor Church, 80 Main Street, in said Townsend at least 7 days before the date of the meeting, as within directive, Michelle Dole, Constable.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, now without further ado, I'm going to ask Liam and the Scouts if they would step forward and present and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please everyone stand.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Scouts. They are the modern Minutemen. They only got the call about 12 hours ago to be here tonight, so I appreciate their service. All right. And so we have annual town meeting. And before we get started, that is our practice here in Townsend. I will go over a few things for review of our process here. We do use town meeting time as our parliamentary rules of procedure. Are there any visitors here that are not voters? Are you all seated up front? Okay. All right, first three rows. Thank you. Well, I guess you know I'm town moderator John Barrett. Next to me and my right is Kathy Spofford, the town clerk. Then the Board of Selectmen, Teresa Morse, Chaz Sexton-Duranian, and Joe Shank. Our town council, Adam Costa, and town administrator, Eric Slagle. Down, seated in front of you, are the finance committee, Don Hayes, Terry Bazikas, and Andrea Wood. I know the treasurer-elect. I'm sorry, again? All right, Melissa Dunnett, the treasurer collector. Okay, so procedurally, obviously, we're going to try to maintain the decorum of the hall. Please keep clapping to a minimum and respect everyone that speaks. You have to be recognized before you speak and identify yourself by your name and address. Direct all your comments to the chair, to the moderator. All motions must be in writing and brought to the clerk. If a matter is finally voted, it may be reconsidered upon a majority vote if the motion to reconsider is made tonight. If the meeting goes to a second night, an article which has already been voted upon tonight would need a 9/10 vote to be reconsidered. If a vote tally is questioned by 7, the counters will be brought forward to take an actual count, unless if I can make a determination based on I can make a declaration if I believe that we do have a 2/3 vote and we do need more than a majority vote. If that is questioned by 7 voters, we will do a count. If you have any questions or confusion about what's going on, you think that something is procedurally not right, you can rise to a point of order. You should stand and say point of order. You may interrupt the speaker. You also may raise a point of privilege if there's some condition in the hall that's preventing you from hearing what's going on or interfering with the conduct of the meeting. You can rise and state your point of privilege. Just a note on a motion to move the question. That's a motion that cuts off debate. It's not debatable. However, we do have a practice that you cannot be recognized and then speak and then in the same breath move the question. So it has to be a separate motion to move the question. I think that is it, except I will ask the meeting to, I don't believe he's here yet, but I would like the meeting to, I guess, adopt my nomination for the deputy moderator for the year, Jean Rahala. Is there any objection to Jean, or I should say, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. And Jean, when you get here, you'll be the deputy moderator. Okay, I think that covers it. So, per our practice too, you know, we can't just have one meeting a night. We have to have at least 2 meetings a night. So we have opened the special town, we've opened the annual town meeting, and I am going to ask for a motion to recess the annual town meeting. Is there a motion? All right, motion's been made to recess the annual town meeting and to convene the special town meeting. And I'll call the special town meeting to order. We have a quorum. And Madam Clerk, is there a return of the warrant for the special town meeting?
Pursuant to the within warrant, I have notified and warned the inhabitants of the town of Townsend by posting up attested copies of the same at Memorial Hall, 272 Main Street at the center, the West Townsend Reading Room in West Townsend, Police Communications Center, 70 Brookline Road, Harbor Fire Station, 47 Main Street, and the Harbor Church, 80 Main Street, at least 14 days before the date of the meeting, as within directed. Michelle Dold, Constable.
Okay. All right, the warrant has properly been returned, so I believe we can start the special town meeting. Article 1. Also, tonight I'm going to propose a slight variation on things since we've got a lot of business. I will not read the entire article myself. I will just introduce it, especially important when we get to some of the longer ones. But at that, unless there's an objection to that, that's what I'm going to do. Is there any objection? That's right? You object? All right, then we'll have a vote. All those in favor of the moderator just not reading the entire article, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Okay, the ayes have it. Article 1 of the special town meeting. To see if the town will vote to hear the reports, boards, committees, or commissions, or take any other action in relation thereto. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to hear the reports of boards, committees, and commissions.
All right. A second? All right. I heard that there's a second. And this is a stock item. It's, if anyone has a report that they want to hear, but really this is just a form motion. So all those in favor of hearing the reports, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. All right. Article 2. Actually, are there any reports that someone wants to make? Okay. There being none, we can go on to Article 2. Article 2 is to see if the town will vote to appropriate from the PEG Access Receipts Reserve Account $45,577.04. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to appropriate from the PEG Access Receipt Reserve Account $45,577.04, funds equal to 5% of the Comcast gross revenue for the fourth quarter of fiscal year '22, and authorize the Board of Selectmen and the town administrator to distribute said funds to Townsend Community Access Media, Inc.
Motion's been made. Could I ask the selectmen to indulge me? If one of you make a motion, could one of you second it so we don't have to search around for a second? Okay, thanks. Is there a second? All right. Motion's been made and seconded. Is there anything to be said? Any discussions? People know what we're voting on? All right. Doesn't appear to be anyone that has a problem with this, so I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 2, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. It's unanimous. Article 3, to see if the town will vote to amend its vote under Article 15 of the May 3rd, 2022 annual town meeting by changing the sum reallocated to the capital stabilization account. Is there a motion? Dr. Morse?
I move that the town vote to amend Article 15 from the May 3rd, 2022 annual town meeting warrant by changing the sum allocated to the capital stabilization account as listed in this warrant article.
Second.
What was the amount there? I didn't hear an amount.
It was from Article 15. It looks like it was 8,000. I'm sorry, from the capital fund. I'm sorry.
We have the, do you have the motion there?
To see if the town will vote to amend Article 15 of May 3rd annual town meeting by changing the sum allocated to capital stable account from $2,175.52 to $11,075.97 in accordance with by adjusting the total sum allocated under Article 15 from 4,663.75 to 3,960.20.
I heard 3,000. Is it 30,000?
30.
Mr. Moderator, may I correct those numbers if that's okay with you?
Yes, Mr. Drainey.
Therefore, a salary adjustment, $21,775.52 to $11,071.97 in accordance therewith by adjusting the total sum allocated under said Article 15 from $41,663.75 to $30,960.20.
Okay. Motion's made and seconded. Is there anything to be said? All right. Not hearing any questions or comments. Ms. Wright. All right, the question comes on the motion for an explanation. Mr. Slagle.
Thank you. This article was to consolidate several old warrants that had been outstanding and apply them towards the capital stabilization account. Unfortunately, one of the items had, it was for retroactive pay, had two debits that came in shortly before a town meeting that weren't caught before the town meeting, and so the amount that was in that warrant article was not the same as was on the town meeting last May. So this is just adjusting it to the actual amount that was in that, remaining in that warrant article, so that we can still consolidate it and put it into the capital stabilization account.
Okay, comments come on the question on the motion. Anything else to be said? Not seeing any. Think we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 3, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 4, to see if the town will vote to reallocate $28,258, the sum voted under Article 9 of the May 7th, 2019 annual town meeting warrant from two different areas. So I'll ask for a motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to reallocate the remaining $28,258 from the amount originally allocated under Article 9 of the May 7th, 2019 annual town meeting warrant for recreational building roof replacement to recreation building stairs, town hall roof, and exterior repairs maintenance.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Any comments on the motion? Anything to be said? Appears not. Ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 4, please say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. It's unanimous. Article 5. To see if the town will vote to appropriate from free cash or other available funds in the Treasury the sum of $29,000 for the purpose of paying unbudgeted increases in the town's general insurance costs. Is there a motion?
Yeah, just say I move and then start with to appropriate. So I move and then start with to appropriate.
I move to appropriate from free cash or other available funds in the Treasury the sum of $29,000 for the purpose of paying unbudgeted increases in the town's general insurance cost or take.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded on Article 5. Anything to be said? Don't appears to be any. I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Miller?
Hi, Wayne Miller, 4 Hoosier Drive. The next two articles, I'm kind of curious. You said free cash or other available funds. What's it coming out of? Is it free cash? Because unbudgeted, it's my understanding, shouldn't be coming from free cash.
Free cash.
It's coming from free cash.
Okay. All right, question comes on the motion. Let's see, anything else to be said? I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 5, please say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Come on, folks, you should be saying aye, aye. This is fun. Article 6. To see if the town will vote to appropriate, well, it's fun now, it won't be 4 hours from now. See if the town will vote to appropriate from free cash or other available funds in the Treasury the sum of $75,000 for the purpose of paying unbudgeted increases in energy costs. Is there a motion?
I move that the town vote to transfer from free cash the sum of $75,000 for the purpose of supplementing the fiscal year 23 facilities energy budget.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Anything to be said? All right. Appears we're ready to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, it's unanimous. Article 7, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from free cash or other available funds in the Treasury the sum of $25,000 for the purpose of paying expenses for the accountant services. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to transfer from free cash the sum of $25,000 for the purpose of supplementing the fiscal year 23 accounting budget.
Second. Motion's been made and seconded. Is there anything to be said? Not seeing any hands. Think we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 7, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Article 8, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from free cash or other available funds in the Treasury the sum of $7,500 for the purpose of installing a new heating AC unit in the town clerk's vault or take other action in their relation thereto. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to transfer from free cash the sum of $7,500 for the purpose of supplementing the fiscal year '23 town clerk budget for the purpose of installing a new heating AC unit.
Motion made and seconded. In the
clerk's office.
All right, anything to be said? I see no hands, so I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 8, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, it's unanimous. Article 9, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from free cash or other available funds in the Treasury the sum of $10,000 for the purpose of paying expenses for the repair of the Council on Aging / library roof and insulation. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I ask that we move the question.
Okay, motion to move the question or take no action?
Mr. Moderator?
Move the question or take no action.
Yeah, okay. Same basic thing. Take no action. There's a second on that? All right. All right, the motion to take no action. Anything to be said? And, all right, I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor of taking no action on Article 9, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes, well, one no. The ayes have it. Article 10, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from free cash or other available funds in the Treasury the sum of $11,000 for the purpose of paying one-time expenses and the first year annual fee to revamp or update the town website. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to transfer from free cash the sum of $11,000 for the purpose of supplementing the fiscal year '23 Board of Selectmen budget for the purpose of paying one-time expenses and the first year annual fee for a full revamp of the town's website.
All right, the motion's made and seconded. Anything to be said? Yep.
The one-time one fee now, but it says in here there's going to be more installments.
Okay, question comes on the motion about the annual fee. Mr. Slagle?
Yeah, so currently our annual fee for the website is about $2,800. This annual fee will be similar. We're moving from one company to another. We have to pay for our current website to be up and running while the new website is being created. So that's why we're going to be paying for 2 years of annual fees at one time. But then after that, it's not going to be any more than we're paying right now for annual fees.
Okay. Question came on the motion. Article 10, any other questions? Appears we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 10, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Article 11, to see if the town will vote to transfer from the sale of lots cemetery fund the sum of $15,000 for the purpose of ongoing upgrades, maintenance, and repairs to the cemeteries, or take any action in related expenses, or take any other action in relation thereto. Is there a motion?
I move that the town vote to transfer from the sales of lots cemetery fund the sum of $15,000.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Is there a question? Mr. Wright?
All right. Mr. Moderator, I'm not liking the way these motions are put forward, and they're not reading the whole thing, and I don't think that's right.
That was
She just said about transferring it. She didn't say what for, which is what the article says. I think we should have them read the way they should be.
Comments come on the motion. Unfortunately, I know sometimes the articles and the motions are a little bit different, but certainly if anybody has a question about what's being done in the motion, please raise your hand and ask for an explanation. Ms. Hayman?
Okay, I'm a little unclear here. But is it the motion that people are looking for? Is that what they're looking for?
Well, a motion was made and seconded, but
Okay.
Ms. Wright's complaint was that it did not really say what the money was being appropriated for, transferred for, as was indicated in the whole article.
It was just going from the sale of lots into the expense account.
Right, for
But
the
there's no tax
repair
dollar.
and upgrade of the cemeteries.
There's no tax dollar involved.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? All right. I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 11, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Article 12, to see if the town will vote to reallocate $25,000, the sum voted under Article 12 of the May 3rd, 2022 annual town meeting, from Water Department HDPE pipe fusing machine, $25,000, to Water Department for various expenses that are noted in your handout. Everybody does have a handout, right? This is going to get more important when we get to the budget. Okay. Is there a motion?
I move the town vote to reallocate $25,000 originally allocated for the HDPE pipe fusing machine under Article 12 of the May 3rd, 2022 annual town meeting warrant and dispersed in the following manner. Dump $15,000 for the dump trailer and $10,000 for the ground penetrating radar.
Okay, motion's made and seconded on Article 12. Are there any questions? Okay, appears to be none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Unanimous. Article 13, to see if the town will vote to reallocate $2,797.37, portion of the sum voted under Article 12 of the May 3rd, 2022 annual town meeting, from Water Department 36-inch plotter printer scanner to the ground penetrating radar unit. Is there a motion?
I move the town vote to reallocate $2,797.37, the remaining portion of the sum originally allocated for a 36-inch plotter printer scanner under Article 12 of the May 3rd, 2022 annual town meeting warrant in the following manner. $2,797.37 to the ground penetrating radar unit.
Motion's been made and seconded on Article 13. Anything to be said?
86 Maplewood Drive. Mr. Moderator, perhaps we could ask for an explanation of exactly what the ground penetrating radar will be used for.
All right, question comes on the motion.
So the ground penetrating radar is a device that you can go over and it penetrates to a certain depth, and it helps us find unmarked pipes. We're finding a lot of the service connections that go to your homes are unmarked or aren't marked correctly. This will help us identify them, so if there's a service leak, we don't end up digging up your whole yard. If you call in a dig safe, we can actually mark out where the line is. Sometimes we're guesstimating a straight line from where the service box is to the house, and that's not necessarily true. This will allow us to identify all our underground infrastructure and work more efficiently.
Okay, comments come on the question on the motion. Anything else to be said? All right, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 13, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Article 14, to see if the town will vote to transfer from Water Enterprise retained earnings the sum of $5,000 for the purpose of paying the remaining purchase price for a ground penetrating radar. Is there a motion?
Wrong number. It's 50. You said 5, it's 50.
Yeah, well, that's what the article says. Article 14?
Whoop, I missed one, sorry.
Is there a motion?
Got it. I move the town vote to transfer the sum of $5,000 from the water enterprise retained earnings to the FY20 water enterprise budget for the purpose of paying the remaining amount for the ground penetrating radar.
Okay, motion comes on Article 14. Anything to be said? All right, we're hitting our stride now. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
This can't be right.
The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 15, to see if the town will vote to transfer from water enterprise retained earnings the sum of $50,000 to repair and maintain the SCADA, or SCADA, Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition System, or take any other action in relation thereto. Is there a motion?
I move that the town vote to transfer the sum of $50,000 from the water enterprise retained earnings to the FY20 water enterprise. That can't be right. 2024?
Is
It
there
says 20 on here, but it can't be right. 23? Okay. I apologize, it says 20 on mine. I move that the town vote to transfer the sum of $50,000 from the water enterprise retained earnings to the FY 2023 water enterprise budget for the purpose of repairing and maintaining the supervisory control and data acquisition system known as SCADA.
All right. Motion has been made and seconded. Any questions about this motion on Article 50? Ms. Wright?
Can you repeat the amount?
$50,000.
I thought he said something else.
Well, this one's 50, right? Yeah, 50.
I switched them.
Anything to be said? Hearing none, I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, unanimous.
Mr. Moderator, a point of order. With respect to Article number 14, I believe that actually an error said a fiscal year 20. It should be 23.
All right, that was the motion.
Yeah, so
All right.
I believe you probably need to reconsider.
We'll take a motion to reconsider Article 13 then? 14. Oh, 14. All right, is there a motion to reconsider? All right, motion's been made to reconsider. Wow, now this is loud. Article 14. All those in favor, is there any debate about this? Just to clear this up. I don't see any, so all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. It's before you. Article 14.
And I apologize, everyone. I move that the town vote to transfer the sum of $5,000 from the water enterprise retained earnings to the FY 2023 water enterprise budget for the purpose of paying the remaining amount for the ground penetrating radar unit.
Okay. Motion's been made and seconded again. And is there any discussion? All right, I see none. All those in favor of the motion on Article 14, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Unanimous. All right, that brings us back to Article 16, I think. Article 16. To see if the town will vote to transfer from free cash or other available funds in the Treasury the sum of $262,131 or any other sum for the purpose of offsetting the fiscal year 22 snow and ice deficits under the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 31D, or take any other action in relation thereto. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Shank.
I move that the town vote to transfer from free cash the sum of $262,131,000 for the purpose of offsetting fiscal year 23 snow and ice deficit.
All right, motion made and seconded. Excuse me, ma'am, your name?
Lisa Kirk. Oh,
Okay, Lisa?
it's my first meeting, sorry. So this says any other sum for the purpose of offsetting. What does any other sum mean? And the other question I have is other available funds in the treasury. What does that mean?
Okay, questions come on the motion. I'm not sure. The motion, I think, the article is a little bit different than the motion. If Mr. Shank or Mr. Schlegel, you can clarify that?
Yeah, so with the motion was originally, the warrant article was originally drafted, it gave the town the option of using free cash or other funds available if that was possible. The motion is to take it from free cash. That is where the motion is from. There isn't any other alternative for those funds this year. No, there's not.
Okay, questions come on the motion. Hand right there.
Susan Shuford, would you please clarify which fiscal year this is for?
Thank you for that question. The motion is correct. It is for fiscal year 23. It's for this current fiscal year's snow and ice deficit.
Okay, it is for 2023, right? In the article, it's yeah, the error there. Okay, good. I'm glad you guys are watching this. Eagle eyes. Mr. Cadigan.
I'm just curious. We had a deficit, and this was the warmest winter I can remember. So I would think we'd have a surplus fiscal year 23.
Question comes on the motion. Is there, Mr. Schlegel, can you take that up?
Sure. So, unfortunately, the town suffered from what I believe the highway department calls a lot of treatment requirements. So rain followed by cold temperatures that made the road slippery. One of the major costs, quite frankly, the major cost for the highway department is salt. The price of salt more than doubled this year. And so this year the town had many more salt events than we had push events, where the drivers would get out and plow. Push events are actually sometimes can be less expensive for the town than treating icy roads. So that would be why we had a large deficit this year.
Okay, comments come on the motion. Is there anything else to be said on Article 16? Not seeing any. I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor of Article 16, please say aye. Those opposed say no. And the ayes have it. Article 17, to see if the town will vote to amend its general bylaws, Chapter 1, entitled General Provisions, Article 2, entitled Non-Criminal Disposition of Violations, Section 1-1, entitled Fine Schedule and Enforcing Officers, by adding a new subsection N thereto as follows. And I'll let the proponent read the motion. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to amend its general bylaws, Chapter 1, entitled General Provisions, Article 2, entitled Non-Criminal Disposition of Violations, Section 1-1, entitled For Schedule and Enforcing Officers, by adding a new subsection N thereto as follows. N would be public lighting bylaw. Number 1 would be enforcing officer, would be the inspector of buildings. Number 2 would be a fine schedule. A would be first offense, $25. B would be second offense, $50. C would be third offense, $100. And D would be fourth in each subsequent offense for $200.
Motion's been made and seconded to amend the general bylaws. Anything to be said up in the balcony?
And how do you plan on collecting these funds? Because all the other funds, the fines we have, don't get collected. And you guys don't seem to want to help the other boards collect their funds. Because the cost of Adam sitting there to go to court to collect a $25 fine isn't worth it. You better come up with something better than that.
Question comes on the motion, and I didn't recognize you, Mr. Nacella. I mean, I recognized you, but I didn't, say who you were. Mr. Slagle.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. That's actually an excellent question. Multiple other municipalities in the state have sought special legislation that would allow them to immediately roll their fines onto a tax bill without needing to go to court. So my goal would be to put forward a request to our state legislatures through the proper channels to try to get that sort of special legislation passed for Townsend.
Comments come on the question on the motion. Mr. Sullivan.
Jacek Mozzanowski, 16 Alyssa Drive. My question is, what kind of violations are we talking about in terms of public lighting bylaw? I was not clear. I did read the bylaw, and I would appreciate explanation. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't get your name, sorry. I guess I need new glasses, actually. I thought you were George Sullivan.
Jacek Mozzanowski, 16 Alyssa Drive.
Okay. All right, question comes on the motion. Is there anybody that can comment?
So these bylaws, in and of themselves, the lighting bylaws are not new. They were passed in town a while ago. It recently became aware through some requests for enforcement that this portion of the bylaw, which is in the general bylaws for public lighting, didn't have any enforcement mechanism. So this is not changing the underlying bylaw that was already passed by town meeting. This is merely adding an enforcement mechanism to the pre-existing public lighting bylaw. So that's helpful.
Okay, comments come on the question, on the motion, on Article 17. Is there anything else to be said back there?
Joseph Sawyer, 51 Brookline Street. What is a public lighting bylaw? What does that mean?
The town has a bylaw.
What's that meant to do? What's the point of it?
What's the point of the lighting bylaw? Basically, this is, it's a general bylaw. Is that correct? Yeah. I thought that was a zoning bylaw.
Moderator, I was on the Energy Committee when that was passed. Just about a 10-year-old bylaw, actually. It was passed about 10 years ago. And what its purpose of the law was to keep the lighting in general areas and the lighting not to project up into the sky. So the lights are supposed to be made, which most lighting is made now, that it faces down on your driveway, etc. And like I said, it's been in effect for a long time. This law, all this law does was enforce who can enforce it.
Why is this an issue all of a sudden, or what happened that made this an issue?
It isn't an issue. It's just we're setting guidelines on who is the enforcer of it.
And my understanding is this is about lighting that's going down. Is this on private property or public? Where is this? What is this going to affect?
I presume it's all property, private and public, right? Mr. Shank.
Mr. Moderator, well, I'm new getting into this particular item. However, just the other day I had a long conversation with our building commissioner. He asked me to sit and listen to some of his complaints. My opinion on this is the bylaw that was written in '09, really, it's two-part, business and residential. The bylaw really needs to be updated and confirmed the right way. The way it stands now, who do we go after, who don't we go after? As far as I'm concerned, lighting, I get it, but there's a lot of businesses in town that have been here for 20, 30, 40 years that have lights. The policy has been since '09. Nobody's really done anything. I had the conversation with the building inspector. do believe the conversation has been with town council also, and I think we need to clean that bylaw up first before we do anything. That's my opinion.
Before you start issuing fines to people.
Sir, I'm sorry, you have to be recognized. We've got to make sure other people have a chance to speak, so, go ahead.
Before you start handing out fines to people for vague things, we'd like to know what that means, what it means to violate a law, or who's being harmed by a public bylaw. That's probably the biggest question is.
Okay, comments come on the motion. I guess the question is, who is affected or being punished by this bylaw? Mr. Shepherd.
If the low cutoff light bylaw was established in 2009, and any business street light or resident that had a light in place prior to 2009, are they exempt by pre-existing non-conforming, or do they have to, everyone has to abide by the new law that was not enforced in 2009? That's my first question.
Okay, there's two questions. First question, Mr. Slagle.
Okay, so just to clarify, there are two separate bylaws regarding lighting. There is a private lighting bylaw, which is a part of the zoning code, which would be treated as you suggest. There's grandfathering for pre-existing non-conforming. That is not what is being discussed in Article 17. What's being discussed in Article 17 is the general bylaw for public lighting, which is, I believe, lighting owned by a public entity, as opposed to the private lighting bylaw would be lighting owned by a private entity.
All right, Mr. Shepherd, second follow-up.
So, Mr. Slagle, so to be clear, this Article 17 is for public lighting and not for private, whether it be for residential, commercial, or industrial?
Correct. Those are already addressed in the private lighting by a portion of the zoning ordinance.
So would this, Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Shepherd. Yep.
So would this fee structure, penalty fee structure violation only be given to public entities, which I believe in Townsend is only Unitil?
So this fee structure that we were voting on tonight would only be applied to a violation of the public lighting bylaw. So it would have to be a public entity, which there are schools, the state in theory, although we have a hard time affecting against them. Yes. So it talks about municipal facilities, town hall, government institutions that serve the public, state parks, campgrounds. That is the intention of this bylaw according to when it was passed. Just the text of it when it was passed.
Thank you.
Mr. Shepherd, one more.
One more. So for the board, as the vice chair of the North Middlesex School Regional High School Building Committee, when we built that, it sounds like that would fall under that. So if someone objected driving up 119 and said, geez, the high school has too much light, the cutoff is not at 22 feet, it's at 27 feet, they could object to that. The town building inspector could penalize the school district and force, for say, a $100,000 redo of all the lights in the parking lot at the North Middlesex High School if it didn't comply with the 2009 low cutoff light bylaw?
Hypothetical, is anybody prepared to take that one on? You might have your answer there, Mr. Shepherd. Anything further to be said? This is a general bylaw. It only requires a majority vote. Mr. Therian, and then gentleman in the back.
I'm Robert Therian, 181 Fitchburg Road.
Use the mic there, Bob.
Robert Therian, 181 Fitchburg Road. I'm also on the planning board. What's happened here with our zoning bylaw, a lot of our building inspector has made a diligent effort to enforce this bylaw. So not only this lighting subject is one of the issues of concern in helping him enforce the bylaw that we have, it surfaces in other topics as well. So as it is now, or has been, this bylaw, these fees have not been enforced. And so this has all come to the agenda of the Planning Board, Zoning Board, and the Board of Selectmen because he needs assistance in defining and enforcing what he's supposed to be doing as his position. And so there's been a lot of clarifications that surfaces in all these departments. And what I propose with this zoning bylaw, specifically about the lighting here, is that it hasn't been enforced to date. It obviously needs to be reviewed by the Zoning and Planning Board. And so I propose that we do not enforce it and enforce these penalties until that has been done. It hasn't been enforced to date. It's come to presence at this town meeting only because the building inspector is trying to enforce a bylaw that hasn't been enforced for years. And that's my statement.
Okay, comments come on the motion? Yeah, gentleman back, I'm sorry.
Warren Stevenson, Willow Drive. My question is this for retroactive fines? Because I'm looking at this article and the next article, and I'm wondering to myself, why is this on the special town meeting? My understanding of a special town meeting was, especially near the end of the fiscal year, is to tie up loose ends. So why is this not on the regular town meeting? That's my question.
Just procedurally, anything that the selectmen want to put on the special town meeting can be put on the special town meeting warrant. Some things come up from time to time, and it seems appropriate to have the town deal with it. They can put it on the special town meeting warrant. Anything further to be said about this, or are we ready to vote? They got to be recognized. Sir? Who is speaking? I'm sorry, I can't.
You can't hear me, you got a hearing problem. They said I moved to table Article 17.
Yeah, I didn't even recognize you, sir. So I recognize the gentleman down here. So, sir, did you have something to say?
Terry Woodward, Street. Move the question.
All right.
There's a
Terry,
motion to
been
table
made.
now.
Sir, you're out of order. We're going to vote on the motion to move the question, which will cut off debate. All those in favor of cutting off debate, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. It's before you, Article 17. All those in favor of Article 17, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. Article 18. To see if the town will vote to amend its zoning bylaw, being Chapter 145 of the Town Code, Article 9, entitled Special Provisions, Section 42, entitled Site Plan Review Special Permit, as follows. And I will not read the entire article. Is there a motion?
I move the town vote to amend zoning bylaw, Chapter 145, Article 9, entitled Special Provisions, Section 2, entitled Site Plan Review Special Permit, as is further printed in the warrant. Moved by the planning board.
Is there any objection to acting on the article as printed in the warrant? This is a zoning bylaw. It requires a 2/3 vote to approve. Sir, again, Mr.
Joseph Sawyer, 51 Brookline Street. What's the point of this zoning bylaws? Article 18. What's the whole gist of it?
Can you repeat that question?
What's the purpose of this article? It says, I read through, it says site plan review, special permit. And then I look through, it says neighborhood, scenic roadways, and it says wellness, health. What is this all about?
Okay. Mr. Therian, can you respond to that?
We have an archaic zoning bylaw, and the planning board for years has been trying to update it. It's an enormous bylaw. It's an undueling task. So the planning board has decided to address immediate things that need to be clarified, and so that we can continue working it until we can get it done over a period of time, rather than abandoning the whole zoning bylaw and trying to start all over. It's an daunting task. So what you're hearing tonight are things that need to be clarified. So this article specifically is regarding part of the zoning bylaw for special permits involving the disruption of soil and materials on property. And the building department, our inspector has been he's done a diligent job. So he needed a lot of assistance here because the bylaw didn't, the way it is written, required not only projects where there was extensive soil removal and disruption, but it even impacted people's on their local house driveway. And so this article that we're proposing here on the site plan review is to give some relief to the regular homeowner that's just trying to do some work in his yard. And it has some qualifications on what would really require a special permit. And so that's the bulk of what this is about. The rest of it is more clarification on, so that clarifying the bylaw, so the added phrases to it, such as being reviewed by any other, a specific group of town departments. In other words, if a site plan was coming through, we'd get input from different town departments, but we didn't eliminate that. In other words, it could extend beyond that, not knowing what the future may bring. Things like that. And in terms of, we added things like scenic highways, wellness for environmental wellness, and as well as psychological wellness. So these are broad terms, but they expand the jurisdiction of what we should be considering when we have special permits and applications. It doesn't make any specific requirements, but it does open an opportunity to have those forums and discussions. I hope I've answered everybody's questions. Thank you.
Mr. Therian, if I could ask, is there a report from the planning board, or Ms. Schifrin, do you have that? All right. Well, typically, the planning board would report that they met and voted to approve. Okay. Yeah, that's the letter.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, Ms. Schifrin.
Laura Schifrin, 28 Barker Hill Road. I chair the planning board, and for point of clarification, from time to time in work session, we'll review the bylaws. And if you look at the wording on these, the words that are being replaced or inserted, it's because we thought that they were a better fit, and it was time to make the adjustments or the edits. And so from time to time, this is going to come before you because, as Mr. Therian said, we're doing this in work session on an ongoing basis so it doesn't become so cumbersome. Just clarifications, just a couple of adding of words, and that's all. Nothing major.
I appreciate that, Ms. Schifrin. I think just the practice I think we've had in the past, though, is that a report isn't just filed with the moderator. The planning board would, after the article is read, give its report that these amendments have been proposed and voted on and approved after a hearing. And I can see that this letter that I was given says that there was a virtual public hearing on Wednesday, November 16th, to review the zoning bylaw amendment. And the board, after the public hearing, voted favorably to report and recommend approval of the changes. Normally, someone from the planning board, as I think you'll recall, Ms. Schifrin, would do that. So I just want to clarify that this has been approved by the planning board. Mr. Therian. Well, I suppose we could do that if you'd like, or if people are satisfied, it's got the approval of the planning board after I just blabbled on there for a while. We can move on to vote. Does anybody want to hear the report of the planning board? Okay. Next time. Ms. Chapman.
Karen Chapman, 302 Main Street. In the future, if they could put some context so that we know which words are being changed where, rather than just
Yeah, it's just a little bit different than what I think we're used to. And the report I think, Mr. Therian, you gave me has about 2.5 pages of where these changes occur in the context of the existing article. So it's a little bit more helpful for people to know really what's going on. So I'd suggest that if the planning board can do that, just as you did here, to do a handout. It's obviously probably too much to put in an article, but just so that people have something to look at and have a better understanding of what's going on. Up on the balcony?
Hi, Kevin Keefe, 16 Maplewood Drive. Just a quick question. I know that we're changing the words. Is that in any way, shape, or form for the purpose of raising taxes on those specific, like, is that the purpose? Like, you know, where they suggest the scenic roadway, that, you know, that there's a reason behind this other than just the clarification for a conversation? Please.
Okay, question comes on the motion. Is there a possibility of increased taxes because of these changes? Is that your question, Mr. Keefe? Okay.
No, there's no tax implications here at all. It's an enhancement of the zoning bylaw that we have now. So in terms of thinking of the future of the town and the current things that are happening in town, we've clarified some concerns that the building department had, like I already mentioned, but these are promoting a quality of life in the community. So we've added a few phrases, and I'll read a couple of them to you. We added a scenic roadway. In other words, there are some roadways in town that make a very big impression on what the community's about. So what this does is now allow zoning and planning boards to look at that from a scenic perspective and put input into it so that we can sort of protect our natural scenic roadway. The other one is a word called, there's a section here, protection of the public health and wellness. So that's a broad term, but it goes beyond just health in terms of sanitary things and things like that. So, so we added that as another thing that could be looked at in terms of reviewing an applicant for a special permit. And then another section about when an applicant comes in with a site plan review, we get input from all the town departments on what their concerns may be about a particular project. And so we haven't changed the bylaw at all. We enhanced it to include any town departments, but not limited to the police department or any of the other departments. So that expands input from current departments that weren't recognized prior to this, as well as any that might come down the road.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Therian.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Mr. Rowley, point of order.
I believe this discussion is being necessitated by the fact that there is actually no motion on the floor. We have bypassed your reading of the warrant article. The motion did not read anything from the warrant. So we are getting splendid explanations.
Right. I believe what happened, quite frankly, if I recall correctly, Mr. Therian read the beginning of the motion and then concluded with as printed in the warrant. And I asked, does anybody have an objection to proceeding with the handout as printed in the warrant? And I didn't hear any objection. And then we started discussing it.
So I'm raising it as a point of order that this is a deviation from a practice of this floor to only waive the reading of the article, but then to affirmatively put the actual motion on the floor. We're hearing that this expands things, doesn't change things. I'd like to hear it read.
All right. Point of order. I think that it's well taken. I think in the past, I would take exception to Mr. Deputy Moderator as far as there are some articles, and I know we have some in the annual town meeting that go on for pages and pages about a trust, and I don't think we're going to read that verbatim with this meeting's assent. And this meeting can make a decision about that. But I think articles that are within our capacity to read, I think it behooves us to hear exactly what the article, or rather what the motion is. As Gene points out, we typically will waive the reading by the moderator of the article, but the motion itself is usually read. So I'm going to poll the floor. How many people want to hear this time the full article read, or I'm sorry, the full motion read? Please say aye. All right. Those opposed say no? No. All right. Mrs. Sedano.
Move the question.
All right. Motion to move the question has been seconded. This will cut off debate. All those in favor of moving the question, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. It is before you. Article 18, amending the zoning bylaw, requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 18, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it by 2/3. Article 20. I'm sorry, Article 19. To see if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to enter into a new 20-year lease agreement with North Middlesex Regional School District for the Spalding School. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to enter into a new 20-year lease agreement with the North Middlesex Regional School District for the Spalding School located at 1 Whitcomb Street, Townsend, Massachusetts, and the land upon which the Spalding School is located, but not to include the parcel of land referred to as the Fessenden Field, all in conformance with the terms of the North Middlesex Regional School District Agreement.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there anything to be said? Well, I thought there might be some purists out there who would say it's not the Spalding School, but the Spalding Memorial School. But I think we know what we're talking about. Could we... I have one question, sorry. Yep. Mr. Keefe.
Kevin Keefe, 16 Maplewood Drive. I just have to bring it up. This year I had found out, I had talked to several people that for all Little League, that the school charges rentals. They charge for everybody to use those fields for other than just that one baseball thing. But all Little League, all players, all the kids that play in sports have to pay to use those fields, even though as a town we pay our taxes for the schools and for the kids in the schools. Am I correct in that? Because I've never heard that until recently, and when I found out, I thought it was a myth. But then I guess that would be my question. We're leasing it to the school, but in return they're charging all the youth to use those fields. Is that correct? Does somebody have an answer for me?
Question comes on the motion. I don't know if Mr. Slagle, you can respond to that? Or?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Board of Selectmen had multiple meetings with the Little League, and they were concerned about that exact circumstance about being charged to use the fields. One of the reasons why the lease agreement exempts the field now is because the town would then retain the right over the field and be able to give it to enter into an agreement directly with the Little League for the use of those fields. So that's the goal of this motion, is to take the baseball fields so that they're under town control.
Okay, questions and answers come on the motion on Article 19. Anything else to be said? Yep, right in there in the back.
My boss, if you ask Street Townsend, some of us have coached Little League forever in the old days. Not as long as him. Nobody's coached as long as him. Back then, Little League almost went out of existence. There were 4.
Could you hold the mic up a little closer? Yeah.
I have a mic. Oh, sorry. It's going to be too loud. There was 4 of us left on the board. And we passed the word that if you want your kids to play baseball, somebody's got to come out and help. 4 of us can't do it by ourselves. And all of a sudden, a bunch of people came because baseball is America's pastime. And I, at 74, still remember my Little League days from age 9 to 12 in Methuen, when it was a small dairy town. And I think this thing is ridiculous. It should be run by volunteers. Nobody gets paid. You can barely afford the equipment with the prices and stuff now, and safety should be more important than leasing a field so the school department gets more money.
Okay. Thank you.
opinion.
Comments come on the motion. Anything to be said further? I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the... No? Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see a hand. Right, Susan.
Susan Ramos, 14 Hillside Drive. I'm also on the North Middlesex School Committee. Part of the reason we do charge to use school facilities is because we maintain, so we're mowing the fields.
Please respect the speaker. She has the floor.
So that's one thing that'll have to be figured out as part of renewing the lease is maintenance of the fields.
Okay, comments come on the motion that if, I think what you're saying is that if the school is no longer maintaining, I think it's partially because the microphones are lining up, if the school is no longer responsible for the field, who is going to maintain the fields?
Right, I think it's a discussion to be had about who's maintaining the fields and does that change the fee structure? But it's all part of a conversation. But part of the reasons we charge for use of our facilities is because there's a direct cost impact to the school district. So the cost to the for maintaining that goes to the folks that end up using it.
Okay, so the explanation comes as to why the school charges the Little League to use the fields. If I can indulge perhaps either Mr. Schlegel or Town Council, but I think the idea here is that these fields will not be part of the lease. They will not be leased to the school, and therefore they will be the town's responsibility. Is that correct, Mr. Schlegel?
That's correct.
Okay. So the town will have to maintain the fields, and the school won't be able to charge for them. Okay.
Yes.
All right. All right, Madam Clerk.
What is Pheasant Field? What part of the field does that consist of? Is it just the baseball diamond on the corner of Eastman Street and Main Street, or is it all of the field with softball is played and all of that? I'm just curious.
Question comes out on the motion. Do we have some definition about what part of the field is covered here? Mr. Schlegel? Oh, all right, someone back there has got the answer.
Hi.
All right, well, hold on. I'm seeing the gentleman out in the back there. I'll recognize you next, ma'am.
Hi. Keith Turgeon, 14 Hickory Drive. I'm the league president for the current Townsend Ashby Youth Baseball League. So currently, the lands that we're questioning here are the entire grassed fields between, not excluding the playground, the baseball field, the softball field, and the grassed area outside of it. So in clarification for the earlier comment about the schools maintaining the field, as the league, we're not seeing that, which is one of the reasons we're looking to do this, and the league itself will make sure that we maintain those fields and that entire area going forward.
All right, answers come on the questions. And ma'am, did that answer your question, or did, okay, we have another question here.
Hi, John. Julia Stockwell from Luna.
Oh, hey, Julia. How you doing?
I posed this question to Kathy today. We have a school, we have a playground up at the corner, the right-hand corner of that field. So that's not part of the North Middlesex School. So how did that playground get up there if it was part of the school and part of that Pheasant Field? So that's my question. So somebody the police put that
If I might, I believe that playground was carved out of the fields that were leased to the school many years ago when the playground was installed. So that was never part of the lease, or at least not in the last 20 or 30 years anyway.
Okay, I don't think they should be charging the Little League to play.
All right. Okay. All right, I'm going to recognize Mr. Stevenson.
Unless I'm wrong, there hasn't been a flag on that center field pole in years. I actually asked my grandson's soccer coach if I could put a flag up there, and he said he'd have to talk.
I think maybe a little bit too close to the microphone.
All right. Is the flagpole in center field near the Spalding a lightning rod, or can we put a flag on it? There hasn't been a flag on it in at least 2 years, unless I drive by and see it now.
Yeah, I think you're having some problems with the mic there.
Yeah. Hold it lower? All right. Unless I'm wrong, it's been at least a couple of years, there's no flag on the center field flagpole at the Spalding playground. And it's nice, you can go to Pepperell and watch the football practice with the kids, they have a nice flag. And I asked about a flag and it never got back. It was supposed to go to the commissioner of the Little League. Did you ever hear about that? You did not. Crazy, but worth asking.
All right, comments come on the motion. And let's see. We've got to be recognized. Mrs. Chapman. All right. Motion's been made to move the question. And it's been seconded, which will cut off debate. All those in favor of moving the question, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. All right, it's before you. All those in favor of approving the motion on Article 19, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it by 2/3. Article 20, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to convey a fee simple or lesser interest in the land and or buildings thereon known as and numbered 97 Main Street, shown as Assessors Map 34, Block 38, Lot 1, or in any portion or portions thereof, together with any interests pertinent thereto, on such terms and conditions as the board deemed to be in the best interest of the town, and to execute any and all agreements, documents to effectuate said conveyance, and to authorize the board to take any and all legal action necessary in connection therewith, or take any other action in relation thereto. Is there a motion?
Yes, I move that the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to convey a fee, simple or lesser interest, the land and buildings therefore known as and numbered 97 Main Street, therefore on Assessors Map 34, Block 38, Lot 1, or in any portion or portions thereof, together with any interest appursuant thereto, on such terms and condition as the board deems to be in the best interest or interest of the town, and to execute any and all agreements and documents to officiate in conveyance, and to authorize the board to take any action and all legal actions necessary in connection therewith.
Second. Motion's been made and seconded. Perhaps we could start, if there a explanation of this motion, or do we want, Mr. Slagle?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm assuming that folks are aware of 97 Main Street. It's the abandoned building down near the harbor. The town, at some point in the past, took that by tax title taking for failure to pay back taxes. It is contaminated, so it is a 21E site. What that means is if the town doesn't want to get stuck with being responsible for cleaning it up, we have to diligently try to sell it in its as-is state. And we have to try that regularly. So in an effort to keep the town from becoming liable for cleanup of that contaminated site, we need to put it out for auction for someone to try to buy it. Whether they buy it or not, that protects the town's interest in not having to be liable for the cleanup.
Okay, comments come on the motion on Article 20. Yep, gentleman in the back. I'm sorry, what's your name again?
Mike Foster.
Okay.
Michael A. Foster, 59 Ash Street, Townsend, Mass. Ask Kathy, she knows me. Where is 97 Main Street? Point of information. I know it's not in the harbor. I know it's not in West Townsend. Where is it?
My recollection, it is in the harbor.
It's across from Harbor Auto Body. It's the building across from Harbor Auto Body, across the street.
The old gas station.
The old gas station.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, question comes on the motion in the balcony.
Darlene Sedano, 5 Oak Street. How did we end up owning this property? We have known that this property's been contaminated for years and years and years, and now all of a sudden we own it? How did that happen?
At some point in time in the past, it was before my time here, so I don't know exactly why the decision was made to take it by tax title, but a prior Board of Selectmen made the determination to take it by tax title.
So I think we purposely delayed not taking it in taxes because we knew it was contaminated. So now so I guess we have this motion's on the floor. How do we know what it's going to cost us? If you have the authority to sell it, that'd be great, get rid of it. How do we know what it's going to cost us? What control do the taxpayers have to say, what the contingency is going to be like that on our budget?
Well, the reason why this motion is on is so that the town can try to sell it and not be responsible for cleaning it up. That's the only reason this motion is here, so that we can try to sell it and maintain our exemption under 21E for being responsible for cleanup. If we don't try to sell it, eventually DEP will say, you didn't try to sell it, so now it's your responsibility, you have to clean it up. And we're trying to avoid that. So that's why we want authority to try to sell it.
All right, thank you.
Questions come on the motion? Yep. Mr. Voss.
Thanks. It seemed to me it would qualify as a Superfund cleanup area, just like the dump in Tingsboro and
You got talking to the mic.
The place that used to be a dump, it's now a recycling center, and it was a sterilized whatever before that. It's a Superfund thing. It's dangerous. Why would we even want to be involved with it? It was privately owned.
I think, sir, the explanation is that we already have a problem with it because it's land that we have taken for taxes, and if we don't, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Slagle, the idea here now is that we want to get rid of it. So the selectmen are asking for the meeting's authority to sell this land before they do hold us responsible for this property. And, all right. Is there anything else to be said? Down here in the front.
Leroy Boucher, 119 Main Street. Do you see somewhere in the future where our town will be held responsible for cleaning this up? And do we have a rough idea of how much that would be? Is that the big push to try to get rid of it again? I know you mentioned that every so often you have to offer it for sale, but do you have an idea of what it may cost to clean this up if all of a sudden the town becomes responsible for it?
So the whole purpose of this motion is to never reach that point, so that we can start, as long as we can demonstrate to DEP that we're diligently trying to sell it, there's a specific exemption under 21E for municipalities that take property by tax title that are contaminated. I don't think there's any records or anything of what a cleanup cost would be, and the town obviously hasn't spent any money trying to find out what the cleanup costs would be. We would like to sell it, and have another party come in and be responsible for that.
Okay. Right there, next.
Jake Justman, 58 West Meadow. Wondering if we understand the health hazards presented by that property to the residents nearby, and what just leaving it sit there is doing for them and their health of their kids?
Question comes on the motion. Mr. Slagle?
So as I mentioned, this is a identified site by DEP. My understanding is that the prior owner did do some work to evaluate what the contamination was, did take some steps towards down the road of the process under 21E, but then abandoned the building. So the records of the building exist on DEP's website, so anyone can go out and search and see the records of what reporting was done by the prior owner. As I said, currently the goal right now would be for the town to put it out to bid to someone who understands that it's contaminated and is willing to come in and clean it up as part of their purchase. They're going to know that, and that would be the best case scenario.
Okay. Yep, another question there?
Joseph Sawyer, 51 Brookline Street. Two quick questions. I don't want to be very long. Does the town of Townsend legally own that property right now? And number two, when did the town first become aware that it was contaminated?
Questions come on the motion. Mr. Slagle?
The town does legally own the property. They foreclosed on the tax title. As to when the town became aware that it was contaminated, I don't have that information. Probably back when the DEP filing was originally done by the owner, the town would have been notified at that point in time.
Okay, comments come on the motion. Yep.
Move the question.
Okay. All right, motion's been made to move the question, so cut off debate. All those in favor of moving the question, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it unanimously. It's before you. Motion on Article 20 to authorize the selectmen to sell the property at 97 Main Street. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. It's unanimous. All right, I think we are just about ready to recess, but I'm going to ask Ms. Robbins if you, I'm just going to mention this if you don't mind. Ms. Robbins came to me and pointed out that she has discovered that the school doesn't charge for the use of the fields. However, I'm going to suggest that she get in touch with the Little League to clarify any issues about that. So I think we're not going to revisit the motion, okay?
If you could just come see me, I want your contact information so we can straighten it out.
So I can get you, I think he left, so I can get you his... Okay. All right, why don't you get together and talk, but we're going to... I'm going to let you do that outside the meeting because we got a lot of other things to do, okay? And I'm looking for a motion to dissolve the special town meeting. All right, motion's made and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Okay. Where'd the gavel go? All right, special town meeting is dissolved. All right, can I hear a motion to reopen the annual town meeting? All right, motion's been made to reopen the annual town meeting. Seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Let's hope they don't win. All right, it is before you. Article 1.
Does anybody need a packet?
Only gets Article 5. The board makes tweaks. Okay, all right. All right, Article 1. To see if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to appoint all town officers unless other provisions are made by the Mass General Law, by town charter, or by vote of the town. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to appoint all town officers unless other provisions are made by Massachusetts General Law, by town charter, or by vote of the town.
Okay, motion's made and seconded on Article 1. Is there any question? Anything to be said? Seeing none, I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Article 2, to see if the town will vote to hear and accept reports of any committees, boards, commissions, etc., or take any action in relation thereto. Is there a motion? Dr. Morse?
I move that the town vote to accept the reports of any committee, board, commission, etc., as written in the annual town report.
Second.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Basically, if this is approved, if there's any reports that people want to make, we can hear them, but otherwise, we move on. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. And are there any reports that anyone wants to make? Apparently not, so we can go on to Article 3. Article 3, to see if the town will vote pursuant to the provisions of General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half, and in accordance with Chapter 104 of the town's general bylaws, to authorize the following fiscal year 2024 spending limits for the following revolving funds. And I'm just going to read them quickly. Recycling, $20,000. Recreation programs, $52,000. Facilities maintenance, $4,000. Cemetery, $28,000. Fire alarm, $4,000. Animal care program, $1,000. Fire and EMS, $5,000. Police, $80,000. Conservation, $20,000. And fire and EMS, $10,000. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote pursuant of the provisions of General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E, half, and in accordance with Chapter 104 of the Townsend General Bylaws, to authorize the following fiscal year 2024 spending limits for the following revolving funds. Recycling, $20,000. Recreation programs, $52,000. Facility maintenance, $4,000. Cemetery, $28,000. Fire alarm, $4,000. Animal care program, $1,000. Fire EMS, $5,000. Police, $80,000. Conservation, $20,000. Fire EMS, $10,000.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion on these articles? Fairly stock. Mr. Sawyer? Behind you.
Just heard those budget numbers. Why is the police budget $80,000? What's that for?
The question comes on the motion. Did you folks get that?
So this particular revolving fund funds the school resource officer. So we have to set up a revolving fund because the payment comes from the school district into the revolving fund that then pays for that office.
So this isn't the general budget, this is just a special, or this, well, it says spending limits. This is spending limits. So this is the whole department, or this is...
No, these are revolving funds. This is not the budget. This is just a revolving fund for $80,000 for the particular purpose of funding the school resource officer.
Questions come on the motion? Anything further to be said? Seems we're ready to vote. No. Mr. Keefe?
Kevin Keefe, 16 Maplewood Drive. Does the school pay for the resource officer? And if not, is that cost spread through the other two towns, meaning Ashby and Pepperell?
Question comes on the motion. Mr. Slagle.
Through you, Mr. Moderator. Yes, this is the reason why there's a revolving fund is specifically so that we get the payment in from North Middlesex School District. They pay directly to Townsend for the school resource officer. So that's the money that goes into this fund comes from the school district. So they're paying us.
Okay, questions and comments come on the motion. Anything further to be said? Appears we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 3, say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 4, to see if the town will vote pursuant to the provisions of General Law, Chapter 44, 53E and a half, to amend Chapter 104 of the town's general bylaws by amending Section 1F thereof, entitled Authorized Revolving Funds, adding thereto the following revolving funds, and to assign the following fiscal year 2024 expender limits thereto. And in this case, I guess I can read it. Firearms licensing for the police department, $6,000. Public records request for the police department, $1,000. And for detail cruiser fees for the police department, $2,000. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote pursuant to the provisions of General Law, Chapter 44, subsection 53E and a half, to amend Chapter 104 of the town's general bylaws by amending Section 1F thereof entitled Authorized Revolving Funds, adding thereto the following revolving funds and to assign the following fiscal year 2024 expenditure limits thereto. Firearms licensing, spending limits of $6,000, public records requests for $1,000, and a detail cruiser fees for $2,000.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there anything to be said? Appears to be none. I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Schlegel.
Point of clarification. I do think that we need to read in the
wanted to
revenue source.
The revenue sources, sir. I want to make sure
Okay.
that
All right.
gets put in the on record.
Friendly amendment.
For firearms licensing, the revenue sources are firearm licensing fees, and that's to cover the cost of firearm licensing. For public records requests, those are for the records fees, and that's to cover the cost of producing electronic and/or video responses to public records requests. And the detail cruiser fees are vendor fees to cover wear and tear on cruisers above and beyond normal police use.
Okay. Anything further to be said on the motion? With that clarification, I guess not. We're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 4, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. All right, it's unanimous. Article 5, to see if the town will vote to raise an appropriate transfer from available funds in the Treasury, such sums that may be necessary to defray the charges and expenses of the town for the fiscal year 2024 pursuant to a detailed budget totaling $27,188,649 or any other sum on line 787, or take other action in relation thereto. This is the budget, and in past practice what we will do is we will go through each section and vote on each section, beginning with general government, to see if there's any amendments or changes, and then once we get to the end we will finally vote again on the final budget. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to raise and appropriate and transfer from available funds in the Treasury sums that may be necessary to defray the charges and expenses of the town for fiscal year 2024 pursuant to a detailed budget totaling $26,371,886 per line 787 on the budget. What's that? $26,371,886.
So that reduction is based on a vote of the school committee that reduced the assessment to the town. So it's $22,750 less. Then that's going to be shown in the education line in the functional segments is reduced by that amount as well.
Could you have the number again?
$26,371,886.
Okay, thank you. And is part of the motion the transfers from those funds also?
Yes.
Okay, do you want to read those?
Transfer from Title V MWPAT in the amount of $12,594. The West Townsend Reading Room transfer amount is $8,976. The ambulance receipts reserved in the amount of $600,000. The Water Enterprise Fund in the amount of $386,855 and transfer from recreation revolving account to $10,000.
Okay. All right. Is Ms. Stockwell?
We have a
Okay.
discrepancy here.
I think she's requesting to repeat the numbers,
The
Mr.
26,000, the total amount? 26 million. I mean, sorry, 26 million.
These are transfers from and the amount.
No, this is
So-
Article 5. It says, are we not in Article 5?
So this is another section where there were corrections made by the Board of Selectmen.
Yeah.
So I think what you're noticing is the operate EMS is at 600,000, and the water enterprise is at 386 as opposed to 385. 386,855.
So just read the total again, please.
The detailed budget that is outlined on line 787 on the budget is $26,371,886. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the first section is general government. Begins on, well, we don't have page numbers, but begins on the next page. And the line items begin with number 1. And goes through until line 248 in your handout. Any questions on general government? It'll take some time to look this over. And it appears the total, and correct me if I'm wrong if there are any changes. I understand there may be some changes, but the budget right now shows the general government total for the year is proposed at $1,887,286.
Joseph
Sawyer.
Sawyer, 51 Brookline Street. Quick question on insurances, $2.3 million. Is that general liability insurance, or is that, what does that cover for the town? Where it says insurances, what does that cover?
What line are you on, Mr. Sawyer?
Where it says functional segments for FY '23 or '24. It says insurances at the bottom. It says around 2 point.
Okay. What, Mr. Sawyer, what we're doing, even though the functional segments, we're taking each functional segment at a time. Okay, so we're doing general government now, then we'll move our way down through all of them, okay?
Okay.
All right, thanks. Yep.
John, just a suggestion. When you start saying we're doing general government, can you list the line item? You've been quoting values, but it's hard for us to follow the value until we know what line item you're quoting. So if you could, when you state a total department or state the line item in the budget so we can follow along easy.
I thought I did. I
haven't heard you doing it.
Okay, line 248 has the total for the general government, and that is $1,887,286. Line 248. Sorry, maybe I didn't mention it. All right. I see no hands, so I think we're ready to move on. Try to think. I think our practice is to vote this one first, right, Gene? Yeah. Okay, so all those in favor of the budget for general government, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Okay, that's approved. The next section is public safety, which begins on line 250 and continues to the end at 490. So at 490, you have the total for public safety, and that total is, so I page to it, $3,850,740. Anything to be said? The total, again, Mrs. Wright, yeah, the total for public safety is $3,850,740 on line 490. It's the middle column in the handout. Okay, I think we're ready to vote. If anybody has any questions? Nope. Mr. Sawyer?
Joseph Sawyer, quick question. Who is determining the police chief's salary? Is that the selectmen, or how is that determined? Is it state law, or is it like a local government that determines that?
What line are you at, Joe?
We are, let's see. It says salary police chief, 251. Thanks for reminding me.
Okay. Question comes on the motion.
139,000. Who is it? My only question is it the local government that determines the salary, or does the state have any say in that, or who controls that?
Go ahead, Mr. Slagle.
The police chief's salary is set by the Board of Selectmen via contract negotiations.
Okay, comments come on the question on the budget. Any other questions? Public safety? Yep, Mr. Sawyer?
I do. John?
Real quick, how many reserve officers are there in Townsend right now?
How many reserve or how many total? I mean...
No, just reserve officers. How many do we have?
Just reserve?
We have one.
Are they from Townsend or other?
I'm looking at the chief. I don't know whether they were retired from Townsend or not, but I believe it's a retired officer. No, but he's not retired from Townsend.
All right, comments come on the police portion of the public safety budget. Any other questions? Mrs. Stockwell.
Hi, Julia Stockwell, Lunenburg Road. I have a question about the fire chief's salary. Was that the question he asked before? Why the fire chief's salary is much less than the captain's salary is?
Julia, could you hold the mic up? I'm having a hard time
I
hearing
have
you.
a question on the fire chief's salary. It's much lower than what the captain's salary is. Is that just a contracted situation with the chief?
Okay, question comes about the fire chief's salary seeming to be so much lower than the police chief's salary. Is that correct, Julia?
No, the captain's is higher.
Oh, the captain's, rather.
That's line
Right.
287 and 288.
Mr. Slagle?
Yeah, so currently the fire chief down is Gary Shepard. Mr. Shepard stepped in when the former fire chief left and has basically graciously offered to work for the town for half the cost of a fire chief. And so maybe he's not a great contract negotiator.
Questions come on the motion for the budget for the public safety. Any other questions? Yep, on the balcony.
Carol LaConte, 19 Bayberry Hill. Line 290, does it mean that the captain got a $112,500 raise?
That's on 290.
No, it's a reorganization of staff, and so there's going to be a second captain.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Comments come, and Mr. Sawyer.
Just one quick question. When did the town lose a fire chief?
When did the town lose the fire chief?
You said that they resigned or whatnot. There was a new fire chief. Was there a change?
2 years ago.
Okay.
All right, are we ready to vote on public safety? All those in favor, again, the total on, let's see, go back, 490, thanks. Total is $493,850,740. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it.
For education, that's the new number.
Okay.
The reduction.
All righty. Okay, next section is schools. And it begins at number 292, I guess, and concludes, 492, well, schools, 493, and the total is on 499. However, I'm advised that there is, I think, going to be an amendment to this, because what's printed in the warrant is not correct.
Correct.
All right, so is there a motion to amend the total for the school total?
Mr. Moderator, I move that we amend the school total to... Do you have that?
Oh, he just gave it to me.
$14,918,837.
Okay, so that's different from what you have in your printed handout. Again, the number is $14,918,837. Correct. For education, for schools. And I don't know if the selectman can explain why the reduction?
Line 497 is where that figure would be. And the difference on that is the vote from these that we got for our assessment went down. They voted on this budget a week ago. Was it roughly a week ago? So we amended the figures at that point.
Okay, comments come on the budget section for schools. Is there anything to be said? Mr. Stevenson.
Yes, hi. So I'm impressed with the line items for the town. Hold it down. All right. The town budget is very concise. It's line itemed, very clear. The NMRSD budget is one line, not including debt. I got on the nmrsd.org website and I was able to get something. But while I support the schools completely, shouldn't we get a little more information on what we're spending our money on?
I take it that's not a rhetorical question, Mr. Stevenson. Does anyone from the selectmen care to answer? I guess you're asking why don't we get a little bit more detail about the school budget?
It's just the number we're voting on. That's it.
By law, I think that's all they have to give us, but
yeah, I was
Mr.
just
Slagle?
Mr. Moderator, the discussion, votes, and kind of substantive participation in the school budget happen with the school committee. So when they took their votes earlier in the month for the latest one, or back in March, that's where you would get the information that you pulled off the district's website to have a discussion with the district itself, and the school committee. You have control over that budget. The town receives an assessment which includes the figures that you see in our budget, and so that's how the town has budgeted it, and I think this is pretty consistent with how it's been budgeted in the town for a while.
Okay, questions come on the school portion of the budget. Anything else to be said? Mr. Sawyer. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Quick question. Is there any estimate from the town how long it'll take to pay off the high school? Or what the remaining mortgage or the remaining balance of what it costs?
I'm not sure if anyone is here can answer that. Anyone from the school committee have any comments? Nope. Okay. Ms. Rush, can you respond?
Randy Rush, 60 Turner Road. I'm also on the school committee. We don't have any definitive numbers right now. It's being told it's about 20 years. We haven't done the final debt yet for the high school, but we're probably looking somewhere in that range. We can get numbers together in the next couple of days, but we just don't have those at our fingertips right now.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm going to recognize Ms. McCarthy.
Hello, Margaret Genoder, 83 Maplewood Drive. My question to am I allowed to address the school committee? Or do I have to address the selectmen?
Well, you have to just raise your question to the chair.
My question is, can someone address the cuts to the library program at North Middlesex? So right now, I believe, please correct me if I'm wrong, that there are no library services budgeted for the elementary or middle schools for the next school year. Thank you.
A question comes on the motion relative to the budget for the library services at the elementary and middle schools. I don't know if anyone from the school can respond to that. Yeah.
Hi, Brad Morgan, school superintendent. So that is correct. The decision was made to make some reductions. We did, in order to get to this number, have to reduce our budget by $1.5 million in order to get this down to something that was affordable for our communities. So again, in looking at the totals, we did have to reduce several positions in order to get there. In total, we had to reduce 5 teachers, 4 librarians, a counselor, and 2 academic transition coordinators, but we also added back 4 paraprofessionals, excuse me. In addition to that, so that came at a savings of $680,000. We also had to determine I guess look at other alternatives with regard to how to use our remaining $800,000 in ESSER funds, which will also be used to fund positions that we weren't planning on funding this current school year. We were using the $800,000 in ESSER money for teacher training, for academic interventionists post-COVID. So that money is now being used to help essentially get the FY24 budget through. So that is something that the district will have to address next year, that $800,000 in cash. All the ESSER money disappears at the end of this year, at the end of next school year.
Okay, comments come on the question on the school budget? Anything else to be said? Mr. Sawyer.
I'll be quick. North Middlesex regional debt, $1.4 million. What's the source of that debt? In a few words, if you can just quickly tell me. And also Neshoba Valley Tech High School. Is that my understanding that that's what this town pays for students in this town to go to that school, or what does that number mean?
Right, question, I think Mr. Morgan maybe can address the NMRS debt. I'm not sure if there's someone here from Neshoba. Yeah, you folks are here, and their Townsend representative can speak to that. So who wants to go first? I guess.
In terms of the assessment to Townsend for Neshoba Valley Technical High School, that is in fact to fund the students from Townsend that are attending Neshoba Tech. We are up 4 students from the town of Townsend from last year, from 90 to 94 students. It's not the highest enrollment Townsend has seen at Neshoba Tech. I believe that was about 109 students back in maybe I think around 2014. And in terms of our debt, if that was also one of your questions, we do have two pieces of debt that are currently being funded, and that is a major project that was done in 2004-2005 to do a renovation of the building, and a roof project. Both are due to be paid off. We just looked at those dates.
2015.
One is coming off in 25 and one is coming off in 31.
Okay, thank you. Comments come on the question on the school budget. And now for North Middlesex.
Yes, good evening. Nancy Haynes, North Middlesex Business Manager. I do have the debt service numbers for Townsend. Those are a number of projects, the septic replacement over at Hawthorne Brook and Squanicook, the accelerated repair projects we did a few years back for Varnum, Hawthorne Brook, Squanicook, and Varnum Brook. And the high school project, there are 2 long-term borrowings, and there is a short-term borrowing which will be rolled into a long-term once the project, we get the final MSBA payment.
Okay, comments come on the question. Mr. Sawyer.
Just one last question on the debt, and that was helpful, thank you. Is there any federal or state funding to help you pay down the debt?
Any federal or state funding to help with that debt? The folks are nodding no. Okay. All right, Mr. Therian. Bob, wait for the mic, please.
I just have a couple of general questions I hope the superintendent can answer regarding the North Middlesex Regional School District. Of my understanding, there are 3 towns in this district. So I'd like to know what the total assessment for all 3 towns would be, which is give us an idea what the operating cost of that school system is. And I also like to know how many students are in that school system and what the cost per student is, so that the general public can make some kind of interpretation of what we're getting in terms of value for our dollar. Thank you.
Series of questions on the article.
So, Brad Morgan again, school superintendent. I know that Ms. Haynes is looking at the total assessment number, so I will let her share that with you. But as far as student population, we are just over 3,000 students now district-wide, and the cost per pupil is something you can find on the DESE website. It is just south of $18,000 per student.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Morgan. Any other? Oh, I'm sorry. You got that.
This total local assessments to the 3 member towns is $33,682,000. The state funds the budget at about approximately 40%, at $22.5 million. So the entire budget's $63,412,000.
Now that'll wake us up, just for a little bit. Any other questions on the school budget? All right, it appears we're ready to vote. Again, the total is $14,918,837, which would be on line 497 and on line 499. All right, all those in favor of the school budget, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. Next segment we have is highways and streets. It begins on line 501 and continues on till line 556 for a total of $1,065,360. I'll give you Mr. Chasdaranian. Sorry, Sexton Duranian.
That's okay. Thank you. I just want to make a general comment in regards to this. In the 2 years that I've been on the board, we have worked very diligently to make sure that our contracts were in line, that funding was proper, that we didn't have any clauses in certain in certain contracts that payouts and that sort of thing. You'll notice that on this line there is a 43.4% increase. This is something that former Selectman Kell and myself and actually Mr. Schenk had worked very hard to make sure that we had some extra money. This particular figure puts a lot of money in our highways so that we can start repairing some of our roads. We have a pavement management plan that has not been funded for a very long time, and this is our first attempt at funding that so that we can start adding to the funding for improving the roads here in Townsend. That's number one. Number two is this is also for an additional position at the Highway Department so that they have the proper help to be able to repair the roads.
Comments come on the highway and streets section of the budget. Anything else to be said? Mr. Sawyer.
Inflation the past couple of years, price of energy, price of gas, price of oil going up. How has that affected the department, and what steps are they taking to mitigate that or to deal with that, with the cost of gas, diesel, all that?
Question comes on the highways and streets section. Mr. Slagle?
So the sorts of impacts you're talking about have not just hit the highway department, they've hit the town as a whole. So, you know, we're doing our best to maximize the efficiency of the staff, to make sure that the equipment that they have is operating at kind of its top capacity and not, you know, not damaged. I think you'll notice in the capital plan over the last couple of years, the town has taken steps to provide new equipment to the highway department that's more efficient than the equipment that's being replaced. That being said, that's just it's a reality. Sometimes we have to stretch it further than I think anybody would like, but you know that we are kind of trying to operate within that budget.
Mr. Sawyer?
Is there any federal help in terms of your highways or your roads in this town, or state assistance in terms of rebuilding roads that are obviously decaying or bridges that are decaying in this town? 119, the bridge out here on 119, I go down, I look at the structure by the side of it, it's already decaying. You can see it pretty obviously. Is there any help from the state or the feds on that?
Question comes on the motion, state or federal help?
So there have been, ever since the federal government passed the infrastructure bill, they've been making money available in various different ways. So the town got some winter repair money that came out from the state. We did it last year. I think we're going to try to do it again as often as we can. There are also a series of infrastructure grants that are being offered by the federal government for things like bridges and culverts. And so it's a matter of putting together the engineering for those projects so that, you know, when the funds become available, we can try to apply for those grants.
The only reason I mention it is because some of the bridges and the roadways in this town are used tremendously. This bridge right over here by 119, just past the Main Street Auto, the amount of traffic it runs every day is enormous, and they have to maintain the integrity of these structures. You don't want to wait till something falls apart, then now you got a disaster in the town. But it'd be nice to know if the feds or the state can kick in any money on that.
Forgive me, but if I might interject, isn't that a state highway, and wouldn't the state be responsible for that bridge? The Main Street bridge over the Squanicook?
Yeah, I mean 119 at various parts is a state. 119 is a state highway, and at various parts they're responsible. I don't know for sure about the bridge.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any other comments on highway and streets? Up on the balcony, Mrs. Gustafson?
Carol Gustafson, 9 Brookline Street. I just have a question. I don't know if anybody from the highway department can say, but why is there a zero budget for line painting, which we seriously need in this town?
Question comes on the motion. Why no budget for line painting?
528?
Yep. I think they used all the paint on Bow Street.
Probably. Nobody can answer that.
Got to lighten it up a little bit, right?
Nobody?
Any thoughts there, Eric or Mr. Smith?
Oh, hello.
They had taken it out years ago. I'm sorry. That was a special article, I believe, some years back. So we could use Chapter 90 or the Public Works line for that.
I think the answer is the department relies on Chapter 90 monies for line painting. Is that?
Or we could take it out of Public Works. The line for Public Works.
Oh, okay. So it could come out of another line?
Correct.
Could we make it a priority?
523. Line 523, or from Chapter 90 money, I believe is...
Can we make it a priority?
The line striping was a specific one for a specific warrant article some years ago.
All right. Any other questions, Mrs. Gustafson? There is some money for paint, put it that way.
Is this the one?
Mrs. Sedano.
I have a question. So when we first started the meeting, Article 16, we voted to transfer $262,000 for, and ICE, I guess, we found out is a huge cost. And we had one of the mildest winters going, but yet in the budget for ICE, we only have $95,000 budgeted. So does that mean we keep coming back in anticipation of asking for more? Shouldn't that be a little higher?
I think this is a perennial topic, and maybe Mr. Slagle can address that.
Yeah, so the earlier motion was to the entire snow and ice budget. So was in deficit at $262,000. So in Massachusetts, snow and ice is the one line item as a municipality you are allowed to deficit spend. So we are allowed to spend more than we budget in our line item for snow and ice, and then either make it up with free cash at the end of the year or budget it into the next year's budget. The only caveat for that is you have to budget the same amount or more as you budgeted the year before. So if you'll notice, this year, the Board of Selectmen increased the snow and ice budget by $25,000. So the idea is to gradually increase that budget so it's more realistic, so that we don't have to do such large transfers at the end of the year. But consistently over the last several years, it's $175,000 to $250,000 that gets transferred from free cash to cover snow and ice deficits.
Thank you. I was just curious, why don't we just budget more? Because we know we're going to need it.
All right, comments and answers come on the highway and streets budget. Yep, Mrs. Stockwell.
Thank you. 528, I really didn't get an answer to that, and I've been complaining about that for years. If you look around, there are a lot of elderly people who still drive and are capable of driving, but it is very difficult at night, especially on a rainy night, to drive with no lines to go by. So I wish the selectmen and I wish the highway department would really put the lines back on the roads, even if it's just the middle road, because that helps us as a guide. Thank you, whoever brought that up, but I didn't hear an answer to it.
It was Carol Gustafson brought it up. All right, comments come on the article for highways and streets. And Mr. Sawyer.
Looking at the budget, there's no money for sand snow and ice sand, it says $0, and then salt, it's 70, and then 95,000. Do they not use sand anymore, and can sand be used to kind of lower the salt budget, or?
Questions come on the motion for relative Mr. Slagle, or?
So I believe currently the highway department uses a mixture of sand and salt. No? Just salt?
Salt.
Strictly salt.
Strictly salt. So the sand-salt mix is for the few dirt roads that we have in town.
Okay.
Mr. Moderator?
Yep, Mr. Shank.
I do believe the town went to strictly salt, and the reason for that is the amount of money it costs to come around the entire town, sweeping all the sand back up and disposing it. In the long run, the salt is a much better way to go.
Comments come on the article, budget article relative to highways and streets. Anything else to be said?
One more quick question. The salt, I don't want to be a green fanatic here, but just a question, how does that affect plant life or animals? Or is there any concern about the kind of salt they're using?
Okay, question comes on the use of salt. Is there any response to that as far as environmental effects? Mr. Melanson, you want to take that? I think there is a particular concern about the water supply, I would think.
So the wells in town, the drinking water wells in town are monitored for sodium, and there's a certain amount of limit. You do have low salt zones in and around where the rivers are, where it may contribute. But as an effect for salt, there hasn't been an attribution. Most of the monitoring wells you've seen haven't seen an increase. It peaks and then subsides in the spring, but there isn't any sort of vegetative or aquatic damage, and it's not building up in the public water supply.
All right, comments come on the question on highways and streets. Any other questions? I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor of... Say again? Oh, aye. Moving me along. Okay. Any opposed? No. Okay. There's no opposed. All right. Highways and streets is approved for $1,065,360. All right, solid waste. What can we say about that? $770,053 on line 568. No questions? Mrs. Chapman?
Do we no longer have the hazardous waste center, or are they not charging?
Question comes about hazardous waste. And I don't know if we have a vendor per se. Fort Devens. I think when they have hazardous waste, you bring it to Fort Devens now. You'll pay there too. I don't know if anyone from the Board of Health can address that, but you're saying that we used to have a budgeted amount for that? It possibly comes up under the Board of Health budget? I don't know.
Mr. Moderator?
Yeah, Mr. Shepherd.
The fire department handles that. I'll turn that over to Captain Grimley, Fire Prevention.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Moderator, there's roughly about $4,900 that's allocated for that in our budget.
Okay, and it's covered under the fire department budget? Okay. All right, thank you. Any other questions? All those in favor of the solid waste total of $770,053, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Cemetery, no, let's see, the next one is not just cemetery and parks, it's culture and recreation? Human services. I don't have a title for the category here. Oh yeah, human services. And I was very diligent. I put the lines at the beginning of this, but then I have to go back to it to tell you where it is. So it's 678 for the total on human services, right? And the total is $596,202. Anything to be said? Think we're ready to vote? I'll give you another second. You know that time is a waste in here, right? Mr. Sawyer.
Number 637, Neshoba Board of Health. What is a Board of Health nursing contract? What is that?
637, was it? Oh, Neshoba Board of Health? Is that your question? Well, I think I can answer that. The Neshoba Board of Health is a association that we contract with to do testing and professional services, testing septic systems and I think water testing. Anybody from the Board of Health want to expand on that, or?
No.
Mr. Nocella?
All right, I'll do my best for you. Basically, the Neshoba Board of Health is our agent that does the health inspections. They have a nursing service that will go in and check on people if they're not feeling well. This is something the town can't do. We don't have employees for it, so we do that, and we sublet it for, make our job easier, because we don't have nurses and we don't have qualified people to actually go do inspections on all the restaurants and schools and everything else that Neshoba does for us. So I hope that
comments?
Okay, that brings up another question. 638, 639 says nursing contract. 638, 639, it says monitor assessment. So what is that? What is that for? Nursing contract, what's a nursing contract?
That's part of Neshoba's services.
That's just a breakdown, I think, of the two different types of services.
I'm just trying to understand what it is. Is it nursing for like the town, or like town employees, or like what does nursing contract mean exactly?
The nurses actually work for Neshoba. They actually go to do services and check health issues, complaints that are made. It's just another one of the services that Neshoba does for the town.
Is that public or private?
It's regional, really. There's a whole bunch of towns use them. They're out of air.
But this isn't out of a hospital. This is Neshoba Board of Health. That's a government entity, and they're providing the nursing services. It's not like a hospital or a private clinic that does that?
No.
Okay.
All right, Mr. DeVos.
Quick question. Illegally dumped items. Line 631. It goes from $0 to $3,000. What's being covered there? Thank you.
All right, some questions about Mr. Slagle.
Through you, Mr. Moderator. So, unfortunately, what various departments and different properties around town are experiencing is illegally dumped items being on public property. Unfortunately, although I know the Board of Health would like to handle this all on their own, disposing of these items is not free. And so, at the request of the Board of Health, we put a line item in their budget to be able to handle. So if somebody dumps a sofa at the cemetery, or leaves something that needs to be disposed of on town property, the Board of Health can have funding to be able to dispose of those items.
Questions come on the motion and the article for Human Services. I think we're ready to vote. The total again is on line 678, $596,202. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Okay. Next is culture and recreation. It begins at, well, the numbers begin at 681, and it ends at line 727 for a total of $527,190. Anything to be said? All right, Mr. Sawyer, I knew I could count on you.
Thank you. How many employees does the Townsend Library have right now, besides the director?
Say that again.
How many employees do we have at the Townsend Public Library these days, besides the director?
Okay, number of employees.
11. Oh, it was loud.
Okay. Question and answered. Any other questions? All right, I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the sum for culture and recreation, $527,190, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Now debt service begins at 729 and concludes at line 747 for a total of $456,115. Any comments, questions? We generally don't have a lot to say about this one. All right. Mr. Sawyer.
Debt total $456,115. Is that in 1 year? And what is this accumulated long-term debt, or is this short-term crisis, or what's a general summation of what is this from?
Mr. Slagle.
So as you can see from the different categories, this comprises primarily long-term debt. The long-term debt comes in obviously different categories, as you can see above. It's for things like a new fire truck, a new dump truck for highway, things that are in the capital plan that the town has voted on to borrow funds to procure.
So this, my understanding, this would be things that the town is unable to pay for in a fiscal year, like with one budget. So
correct.
Is there a way, okay, how do you finance this debt?
Our debt's financed through municipal bonds.
Okay.
We have a pretty good bond rating.
All right, I think we're ready to vote. Debt, all those in favor, the debt total is $456,115. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Next, I think we have insurances, which apparently include retirement, correct? Begins at 750 for numbers and winds up on line 783 for a total of $331,000. Oh, I'm sorry. Right. No, I thought we were going to get away with something there. $2,300,102. Any comments? I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the insurance total of $2,300,102, please say aye. Those opposed, no. All right, so we are at the final number, and that is modified by the change in education. And what's the total then?
The total is $26,371,886.
Okay. You heard it, folks. $26,371,886. All those in favor of the final total on the budget, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. It's unanimous. Thank you. All right. Moving right along. Article 6. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate a sum of money to fund a portion of the town's annual assessment for the fiscal year 2024 Neshoba Valley Regional School District budget as adopted by the Neshoba Valley Regional School Committee, provided, however, the vote taken hereunder shall be expressly contingent upon the approval by the voters at an election of a so-called Prop 2.5 override, allowing the town to raise the funds appropriated hereunder outside the limits established by General Law, Chapter 59, Section 21C, or take any other action. Is there a motion?
Yes, I move that the...
Well, Mrs. Morse, I think, is making the primary motion.
Yes, I move that the town take no action on Article 6 for an override.
You got a question, Mr. Sufel? Okay. All right, the motion is to take no action on Article 6. Mr. Therian.
We just had an election on Monday.
You got to use the microphone, Bob.
I'm confused because I thought we just had an election on Monday, and this article was on the ballot.
I believe the article was on the ballot, and I believe the ballot question lost.
Right.
And that's possibly why we're not taking any action on raising these funds.
Okay. That's true.
I think. Okay. Taking the motion to take no action. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. All right. That's approved. Article 7. To see if the town will vote to transfer from free cash a sum of money necessary to balance the budget for fiscal year 2024. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move to pass over Article 7.
To take no action?
Take no action.
Okay. All right, motion made to take no action on Article 7 and seconded. All those, well, do we have any questions about that? I guess it's probably not necessary, is why, but all right, I think we're ready to vote before we lose the quorum here. All those in favor, please say aye to take no action. Those opposed? It's unanimous. Article 8, see if the town will vote to fix the salaries and compensation of all elected officers of the town as provided by Mass General Laws, Chapter 41, Section 108. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to fix the salaries and compensation of all elected officers of the town as provided by Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 41, Section 108, as amended and as appropriated in this warrant.
A second? Motion been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? This is a stock article. I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 9, to see if the town will vote to appropriate the sum of $1,955,089.88 or any other sum from the Water Enterprise Fund revenues to operate the Water Department for fiscal year 2024, and in order to fund the cost of intermunicipal expenses that of, I guess, $385,855, or any other sum of this to be appropriated in the general fund. Is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $1,955,089.88 from Water Enterprise Fund reserves to operate the Water Department for fiscal year 2024 and to fund the cost of an intermunicipal expense that $386,855 of this sum be appropriated in the general fund.
Okay. Motion made and seconded. This is basically to fund the water department. It's a fairly standard article. Mr. Sawyer.
Just a quick question. It says intermunicipal expenses on the third line. Does that mean outside of Townsend, or is this just within Townsend?
Question comes on the motion. Mr. Melanson.
It's just within Townsend.
So the water department operates off an enterprise account. The town, however, handles the retirement for the water operator, the water staff, the insurance, and that pays a lot of that, plus anything that lawyer fees and stuff like that that would otherwise be under the water department. Since it's coming to the town, we have an intermunicipal agreement with the town to pay for those.
But this is within the this is just Townsend. This isn't like some other town.
No, this is just Townsend.
When it said intermunicipal, I didn't know.
But we're considered a semi-autonomous municipality because we're an enterprise account.
Is this money above and beyond the budget we just voted on for the town?
No, it's part of it.
It's part of it, okay.
Question comes on the Article 9. Anything else to be said? Appears we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 9, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. It's unanimous. Article 10, I'm not going to read all of it, but to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, borrow, or transfer from available funds a sum of money not to exceed $6,100,000 to pay the costs of various water system improvements, including but not limited to the construction of a PFAS water treatment plant at Harbor Trace well site. Is there a motion? Mr. Shank.
Mr. Moderator, I make a motion. Hang on, we're going to read the whole thing so that there's no questions asked. It'll be long. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, borrow, or transfer from available funds a sum of money not to exceed $6,100,000 to pay the cost of various water system improvements, included but not limited to 1, the construction of a PFAS water treatment plant at the Harbor Trace well site, and the construction of a new water main connecting the Harbor Trace well site along with the paving of the Harbor Trace Road, and the payment of all other costs, incidentals, and related thereto, and that to meet the appropriation, the town treasurer will approve of the Board of Water Commissioners is hereby authorized to borrow said money under the pursuit of Mass General Law, Chapter 4, Section 7 and 8, or pursuit to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes to the town therefore. All and any portions of this borrowing may be obtained through the Massachusetts Clean Water Trust, the Board of Water Commissioners, the Treasurer, and any other appropriate official of the town are authorized to execute and deliver and all arrangements and other documents that may be required by the trust or by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection in connection with any financing to be attained through the trust, any premium received upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of the cost of issuance of such bonds or notes may be applied to the payment of the cost approved by this vote in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 20, thereby reducing the amount authorized to the borrowed to pay such cost by a like amount or take any action.
All right, I think there's The motion is that, but not to take other action, right? And is a motion to do this.
To borrow and to not take other, not take other.
And it is to borrow specifically? Okay, I think we probably need an amendment on the motion. Well, I think the motion was to raise an appropriate, borrow, or transfer. So,
Mr. Moderator, can I
to be
amend
precise.
to borrowing only
Okay.
instead of or transfer?
All right. Motion to amend the motion.
To raise and appropriate, raise and, borrow. So eliminate raise and appropriate and just have borrow.
Okay. So okay. Motion's been made to amend the motion, which originally included raising and appropriating and transferring, and now it is limited to just borrowing. All right. Does anyone have any questions about that? All right. Motion's been made to amend. Any discussion about the motion to amend? No. Mr. Sawyer?
A quick question. PFAS water treatment plant, quick description of what that is and what that's going to be for.
So PFAS are polyfluorinated alkaline substances. They're a new contaminant. They have been detected in almost every community in the state of Massachusetts. We have far exceeded the mass regulatory limit, and we are required to build one. We've been going through the process for at least 2 years now. We're at the point now where we have borrowed initial money to build it, and we need the additional funds just from 1 year to the next, increasing costs and things like that. So we need to borrow an additional money. The money will be coming from the Clean Water Trust. It will be the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. It is a 0% loan, and we are eligible for significant principal forgiveness. But the amount has to be the original amount of what the cost of the plant and the work will be.
Okay, all right, but Mr. Sawyer, I'm going to stop you right there because I want to get the motion to amend out of the way first, okay? Before getting any further discussion. So the motion is made to amend the motion simply to borrow this money. All right, all those in favor of the motion to amend, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. Okay, the motion as amended is before you. Mrs. Chapman. Could you use the mic, please, Karen?
What was last year's amount that we borrowed?
It was 14.9.
So it was 14.9, and we would have had to pay back 10.7. This year, for this additional 6.1, we're getting additional forgiveness, and we've got some more grants. So we're taking out a total loan of 21 million and paying back 8.8. So we're paying back $2 million less, but so that's 6 million. We're not paying anything additional. We're actually getting $2 million off by doing it.
That was Dave Vajant. That's our superintendent.
Any other questions? Going to be recognized.
How big is the water treatment plant at the harbor site? Where exactly is it?
I don't believe it's there yet, is it?
It's not there yet. Where the once it's appropriated, the contracts are all done and set up. Construction set to be done. It is at the Harbor Trace well, which is on Harbor Trace. So if you go over the bridge, South Road goes to the right. If you continue straight, Harbor Trace is right on your left, and it's down and back there.
Okay. Comments come on the motion for Article 10. This is a borrowing article, requires a 2/3 vote. Anything else to be said? Appears we're ready to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. I have to declare that it meets at least a 2/3 vote, and the motion passes. Article 11. See if the town will vote to raise an appropriate borrow or transfer from available funds in the Treasury the sum of $1,332,465 for the purpose of funding the fiscal year 24 capital plan as voted by the Capital Planning Committee, detailed below. And I'm not going to read all those items. Ask for a motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to borrow the sum of $1,332,465 for the purpose of funding the fiscal year 24 capital plan as voted by the Capital Planning Committee as detailed. Fire EMS is to replace Ambulance 1 for $350,000 and to replace Engine 3 for $839,965. Highway Department for an F-350 pickup truck with plow for $75,000, a culvert inspection camera for $15,000, and a 10-foot wing plow for $10,000. And in the Facilities Department, a crew cab full-size pickup truck for $40,000, and a flammable storage cabinet for $2,500, totaling $1,332,465.
Motion's been made and seconded. Anything to be said? Any questions? Mr. Sawyer.
What's a culvert inspection camera? What is that? What is it going to be used for? And what's the Facilities Department? What do they oversee?
Questions come on the motion? Mr. Slagle.
So the facilities inspection camera, the culvert inspection camera allows for the highway department to inspect the length of culverts underneath the roads to make a determination as to where there's a blockage or a weak point, whether there's the culverts that go underneath the roads. The facilities pickup truck is the facilities department is the department that handles all the maintenance, repair, upkeep of all the town buildings. So they currently don't have a vehicle, and so this would be to provide that department with a vehicle. There was in last year's budget, there's an annual stipend that the facilities director got for using his own vehicle, and this year we're taking away that stipend and putting it in and providing him with that department with a vehicle.
Comments come on the motion on Article 11. Mr. Sawyer?
And quick question, this is already in the budget, right? This is like something you're adding, this is already part of the budget for this year, right? The numbers we're looking at, the 1.3 million, this is already part of the budget for this year, right?
No. This is
additional?
capital planning articles that are separately funded from the budget. These are purchases that have been recommended by the Capital Planning Committee.
Gotcha.
All right. Anything else to be said? Any questions? I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 11, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 12, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, borrow, or transfer from available funds in the Treasury the sum of $101,588 or any other sum for the purpose of funding the fiscal year 24 lease for the ambulance. Is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to transfer from available funds in the ambulance receipts reserve account the sum of $101,588 for the purpose of funding fiscal year 24 lease for the ambulance.
Second. Okay. Motion on Article 12 has been made and seconded. Any questions? Yep. Where's the...
Jacek Mozanowski, 16 Alisa Drive. Does this mean that we operate 2 ambulances? Because we just approved replacing ambulance 1. Thank you.
Question comes on the motion, and Mr. Shepherd. I should say Chief Shepherd.
I think the question was, are we replacing an ambulance as well as paying for the ambulance? Was that the question? Yes? So the answer is yes. That's the short answer. Is that okay?
I like that. Short and sweet. Okay. I think we're ready to vote on Article 12. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, it's unanimous. Article 13, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from the PEG Access Receipts Reserved Account the sum of $134,268.10, funds equal to 5% of Comcast's gross annual revenues. And with your permission, I won't read the rest of it, but ask for a motion. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate from the PEG Access Receipt Reserve Account funds $134,268.10 equal to 5% of Comcast gross annual revenues in Townsend, subject to receipts and availability and authorized by the Board of Selectmen and the town administrator to expend and distribute said funds to the Townsend Community Access Media, Inc. on a quarterly basis for the purpose of annual funding of the production and broadcast of the public, educational, and government PEG access television on terms contained in a certain grant agreement between the town of Townsend, Mass. And the Townsend Community Access Media, Inc., effective September 15, 2020.
Motion's been made and seconded on Article 13. Any questions? I don't see any. I think we can vote on this. All those in favor of the motion on Article 13, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 14, to see if the town will vote to raise an appropriate borrow or transfer from free cash or other available funds in the Treasury the sum of $5,000 for the town's 300th anniversary celebration. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to transfer from free cash the sum of $5,000 to defray the charges and expenses for the planning and execution of the town's 300th anniversary celebration to be held in the year 2032.
Second. Motion's been made and seconded. Is there anything to be said? Preparations for our 300th anniversary and a short 9 years away. All right, I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 15, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, borrow, or transfer from available funds in the Treasury the sum of $8,000 or any other sum for the purpose of funding the assessor's fiscal year 24 periodic inspections and property data verification program. Is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to transfer from free cash the sum of $8,000 for the purpose of funding the assessor's fiscal year 24 periodic inspections and property data verification program as mandated by the Massachusetts Department of Revenue, Bureau of Local Assessments.
Motion's made and seconded. Any questions, comments? Sadly, this is something we need to do every once in a while, get reassessed. All right, I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And all those opposed say no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 16, to see if the town will vote to grant the selectmen authority to research, develop, and participate in a contract or contracts to aggregate the electricity load of the residents and businesses in the town and for other related services. And I'll stop there and see if there's a motion. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Shank.
I move to grant the Board of Selectmen authority to research, develop, and participate in a contract or contracts to aggregate the electricity load of the residents and businesses in the town, and for other related services independently or in joint actions with other municipalities, retaining the right of individual residents and businesses to operate of the aggregation.
Opt out? Opt out, okay. Motion is second? Second. Motion is made and seconded. I think there is, Mr. Perry is here, former town administrator. He has some information which I think would be relevant to the meeting to make a determination on this article. And with your permission, I'll give him leave to speak. All right, hearing no objection. Ross?
Thank you. It's nice to be back in Townsend. The aggregation is something the state law put in, allowing the selectmen to go out to bid on the benefit of all residents. The goal is to avoid the sticker shock. A lot of you had an outrageous increase in your bill last November, December, and January. The goal of this program will be to stabilize this because we'll go out to bid for 24, 36, or 48 months, whatever the market is best. The other goal is to acquire more green energy than the state requires, but to do so at an efficient price. The third goal is to save you money on the generation portion of your electric bills. We can't guarantee it, but the way this program is structured, we would go out to bid when the market is prime, when the market is ready. The state requires Unitil to go out to bid twice a year, and the market may not be appropriate then, which is why you pay a high rate. So this is a chance to stabilize your rates, avoid that sticker shock. It's an opportunity to put in more green energy if you wish individually, and hopefully to save you some money. What we're doing is we're combining all 3,700 households in Townsend into one purchasing block. This gives the town, you, more power to negotiate a favorable rate.
All right, comments come on the motion on Article 16. Mr. Stockwell. Where'd Dave go? He was on that side. Oh.
Thank you. I have two quick questions. I watched your website. It was very informative, and it did help me understand this. And I think this is a fantastic idea. But I think it's a fantastic idea, but I do have a question. I have, maybe I misunderstood this from the website, that the town boards have already participated in this. And if they have, I'd like to know if they found a savings on it. Am I incorrect about that?
All right, question comes on the motion that you believe we already did something like this?
Yes and no. The town participated last fall in combining its municipal accounts. So we combined library, senior center, fire station, town hall, all the water department pumping sites. I think there's 18 total accounts, and went out to bid. We got electricity for 36 months at 15.6, so a little under 17 cents a kilowatt. That compares to the 21 cents plus that Unitil is charging. So we were able to save money for the town accounts for 36 months. When I say save money, that's compared to Unitil's winter rate. If Unitil drops their rate below 15.6 in the summer, and you all can tell me whether you think Unitil will drop their rates that much. If they drop their rates a lot, then maybe we won't save as much money. But during the winter, we're saving 25% on the generation costs, and that would be our goal. I can't promise it for the residential side, but that would be our goal. When we go out to bid, we have the option of not accepting the bids if we don't think they're favorable. So this is a good.
Thank you. For those of us who have solar, which I don't yet, but who produce enough or generate enough electricity to be able to sell it back to Unitil, is that going to affect the Unitil or the cost?
Question comes on the motion. Mr. Perry?
Good question. If anybody that has a solar arrangement, this will not impact that. That solar arrangement will continue as it is. This will only impact the amount of power that you buy from Unitil, not what you sell to them. If anybody's on a low income, some sort of an adjustment to their rate, that continues. So this is only to people that are getting the standard basic service. If you've already gone out and bought power on your own, which is something the state law allows you to do, those contracts continue and you won't be involved in this.
Okay, upstairs in the balcony, Mr. Borosko.
Yes, hi, Mike Verosco, School Street. Does that, can you do that also for the natural gas?
Yes, we can. We're not doing that at this point because we're not prepared to do that. But yes,
So you'll be looking into it then?
that will be up to the board if they want to direct us to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Questions, comments come on the motion for Article 16. Mr. DeVoulas.
Vin DeVoulas again on Birch Lane. Does this affect the Unitil charges to distribute all this? Will this be affected? Will that cost be affected? I get a feeling it won't, but.
Very good question. Your electric bill consists of two parts. One is the generation, where the electricity is made, and the other is the distribution. If you look at your bill now, it says where your generation charge is. If you go into this program and we have an effective rate, that name will change and hopefully the rate will change. Unitil will still be doing the distribution. And I'm glad you asked this because I'll add a little bit here. If you have a problem with your bill, you call Unitil. If your service goes out, you call Unitil. You do not call the Board of Selectmen. They're going to help you buy power at a better rate, but the distribution, the servicing is still from Unitil.
All right, questions and comments? Come on, the motion for Article 16. And Mr. Sawyer.
Do you have any experience from other communities that have tried to do this yet?
Yes. I personally worked on 23 communities when I was working for a planning agency in Southeast Mass. And we did that. We came in, we saved 15 million across all those residents. Now, it was 167,000 households. So the average household, you didn't save thousands of dollars, but you saved maybe a couple hundred. The company that the selectmen have picked, Good Energy, has done this multiple times, so they know how to get it through the DPU. And the advantage is when Townsend goes out to bid, if they have other towns that are also ready to bid, they can actually combine multiple towns into a single bid.
How do we know this won't make things worse? And will it lock us into something that's going to cause problems down the road?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
How do we know, okay, if Townsend decides to join everyone together into one joint electric bill, that's what it sounds like, how do we know that's not going to make things worse for everyone down the road? Is this something we could get out of if it's a problem, or like what's their thinking in this?
So yes, individually you can opt out. There's no penalty. If there are third parties now that will sell you electricity, and some of them have cheap introductory rates, and then those rates skyrocket. Some of them have really predatory termination charges. There's none of that involved in this. So there's a chance that the summer rate from Unitil could be lower than this aggregation rate. But if you save 3 or 4 cents a kilowatt during the winter and you pay a penny a kilowatt more in the summer, you're still coming out ahead for the year.
So if the town,
Mr. Sawyer, sorry, you got to give some other folks a chance here. Mr. Madela.
Hi, Nathan Madela, 23 Brookline Street. I'm familiar with third-party deregulation of energy. This is not a new thing. There's a lot of companies out there. Unitil has open deregulation with some companies and not others. Now, with my limited knowledge of this, with the Board of Selectmen, upon authorization, would we be entering into year contracts, 6-month contracts, locked rates, fixed rates, variable rates, green energies? Do we know those specifics?
They would be fixed rates. They would be, depending upon what the market is at the time, 12, 24, 36, potentially 48-month contracts. I know Good Energy is doing some now for 11 months, and 23 months. It really depends upon what the market is. The advantage of doing it through this aggregation is, as I said before, we can time it for when the market is right, not be forced to go to market at the wrong time.
Mr. Madela?
And which companies would we be talking to for third-party deregulation?
That depends on who wants to bid on their offering. The reason their bid is attractive is because they're bringing a large block of customers, and they're bringing the certainty that maybe 85 or 90% of those residents will actually participate. When they go out to bid, you will be notified of who the winning bidder is and what the rate is and how much green energy is available. And you can individually decline the extra green energy. You can get what we're going to call a basic rate, which is green energy that the state requires plus a little bit, or you could say you want 100% green. But you will know that because you'll see the prices for each of those offerings.
And just one more, if I may.
Okay, one more. Yeah.
It's not guaranteed that you'll choose a better rate at a better time than Unitil, correct?
We can't guarantee you that you'll save money, if that's your question, but we would not go forward with it if it wasn't going to be a savings. And that's something that the selectmen will see. I mean, they'll know what the Unitil rate is, and they'll know what the bid prices are. And they can decide it's not enough savings, we don't want to do it, or yes, they think it is a good deal.
Okay. Question and comment comes on motion on Article 16. I might, yep.
Valerie Goodrich, 128 Haynes Road. Will this be told to us by Unitil bill or by a different corporation? How will we know if this comes up?
You will still get your bill from Unitil. So there will be no changes from that perspective. If you read the lines in the bill, it will say it's coming from Constellation Energy. I'm picking a vendor. You will get a postcard as well as numerous other communications that say, here is the deal. 100% green energy, a little bit more green energy than the state says, or what the state says, and here are the rates. So you'll see what it is, and you'll know whether it's going to be for 24, 36, 11, 23, whatever the market seems to be right at that time.
Okay, questions and comments come on the motion on Article 16. Very interesting concept, Mr. DeVos.
I hate to even ask, but over the history of this program, have the utility companies been trying to undercut and finagle so that this kind of a program would not be so attractive?
Question on everyone's mind, I think.
When the deregulation went into place, it separated the generation from the distribution. So the utilities have no stake in where the generation comes from. It's just another vendor to them. That's what the state law says. Now, whether you want to believe there's conspiracies and finagling going on, I can't comment on that. But distribution is separate from generation. The utilities are supposed to be totally agnostic as to where the power comes from.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Perry. Very informational. Mr. Sawyer, give me one more.
Just one more. So would we be able to get away from Unitil? That's the bottom line with this.
In part.
Unitil will still bring the power to your house and your service and your bill, so you don't get away from Unitil. You'll get a different generation charge.
It sounds like a cell phone where you can go to different networks, different carriers, and you can find a price that might be better for you, but it's still Verizon that controls the actual, wires to your house, even though you might have a different company to actually provide your service. That's what it sounds like.
That's absolutely true. It's still going to be Unitil. I will point out there is a point on a spot on the town's web page, on the front page. There's a little lightning bolt with a circle. It says energy aggregation. We will be posting more information as we go forward. Assuming a positive vote tonight, we start file the papers with DPU, we'll go out to bid, and you'll be able to check there for the status of everything.
Okay. Lady in the back there?
Just curious, will this in any way deter our ability to negotiate for like National Grid or another provider to use our Unitil's lines that are
would
current
be-
in Townsend?
So changing utilities would be a totally separate process.
Okay, questions come on the motion. Mr. Fanioli.
If this gets approved, how long is it going to take before everything kicks in?
That's a good question, but a hard one to answer. DPU has been taking several months to approve a town's application. That's what Good Energy will be putting forward. It's about a 100-page document. We might be going to bid in a year from now. I really can't tell you until we see how fast DPU passes. There apparently is legislation pending that will force the DPU to approve within 90 days, but that hasn't happened yet.
Okie doke. I think, well, a couple more. Folks, we want to try to get out of here tonight. I know, they're all good questions, so.
So it all sounds very promising. However, I have a question. We go and make our bids, and the providers do not accept them, which may happen if we bid too low. So what happens in such a case? We're sitting in the dark?
Question comes on the motion. Mr. Perry, can you?
I'm not sure I understood that question.
Mr. Schlegel.
So when the town through Good Energy goes out, we're not bidding. We're asking for bidders to come to us. So we're not putting out bids for energy. They're soliciting bids for, and we're going to look for the cheapest one. So if nobody bids, which is, I suppose, possible, we would have to talk to Good Energy about going out again at a different time to get more bids.
Okay, so if we get no bids, we stay with the current generation source at Unitil. There'd be no change. If we don't like the bids that come in, we stay with Unitil's generation charge. But part of the advantage of doing it through this program is we can go to bid when the market is best for you. The state right now tells Unitil to go to bid in February for their May rate. Well, February right now has been a lousy time to bid for electricity. So most likely, if we did it, we would go to bid in the fall when the utilities are looking for and offering lower rates.
Okay, another question in the back?
I just want to make an opinion. This article, hopefully people will see it as we should vote and allow the town to do this, and people who want it can opt in. Those who are skeptical opt out, but don't stop the town and other people who want to for possibly having this chance to save money. If you opt out, you're not in the program. But don't vote no because you don't want to join this. Allow your other citizens to get the savings that they might want.
Comments come on the article and in the balcony.
Christian Oder, 83 Maplewood Drive. I say we move the question.
Okay, thank you. Motion's been made to move the question, seconded. Cuts off the debate. All those in favor of moving the question, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. It is before you, Article 16, to authorize the selectmen to develop, participate in the aggregate of electricity. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Sounds like unanimous. All right, Article 17, to see if the town will vote to amend Chapter 124 of the town's general bylaws entitled Town Meeting, Sections 124- and thank you, Mr. Perry. Section 124-7 entitled Quorum, and 124-8 entitled Submission of Articles for the Warrant, as follows, with deletions stricken through and additions in bold. And I'll ask for a motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town will vote to amend Chapter 124 of the town's general bylaws entitled Town Meeting, Sections 124-7, entitled Quorum, and 124-8, entitled Submission of Articles for Warrant, as follows, with deletions stricken through and additions in bold. 124-7, the number of voters necessary to constitute a quorum at town meeting, except such parts are devoted exclusively to the election of town officers, shall be stricken 75 and added 50, provided that a number less than a quorum may from time to time adjourn the same. In 124-8, no subject shall be inserted in the warrant for the annual town meeting unless the requests therefore are made in the manner and form required by the general laws as amended, and unless the said requests are submitted to the selectmen on or before the first day of what's stricken is March, and April is what's added next prior to the date of the annual town meeting.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. This would reduce the quorum for holding town meeting to 50 and give matters to be submitted to the selectmen for insertion on the warrant till April 1st. Any discussion? Mr. Shufel.
I'm Richard Schufert, thank you.
Schufert.
Due to the fact that this is a modification to the governance of the town, I request a standing vote for this motion.
I think we would have to vote on that, but can we have some more discussion? I take your point, and I think we can have some
I do not mean to preclude discussion. Just stating that I would like when we get to it. Yeah.
Okay. I guess we could vote on that first to see if we take a standing vote. We might have to anyway. But there's a request to do a standing vote on this. I don't think I've dealt with this one before, Gene, but would you vote on it now or later? So, all right, well, let's have some debate first, and then we'll address the question of a standing vote again, all right? Any discussion about the merits of this bylaw change? Ms. Schifrin.
Laura Schifrin, 28 Barker Hill Road. I'm going to speak against the motion. To reduce a quorum to 50, I mean, there's got to be over 100 here now, still, and we've lost a lot of people. We've also had as many as 425 come to a special meeting. And I understand the frustration of the Board of Selectmen because when they tried to hold the special, they didn't get enough people. It was winter time, it was weather, it was people sick, whatever. You didn't get it. But meanwhile, everything that was supposed to be done was done this evening with more than enough people. I just think, and I don't understand making such a governance change with only a majority vote of what's here either. So anyway, I speak against the motion. Thank you.
Okay, comments come on the motion. Mr. DeVoulas?
To you. Birch Lane. Just 50 seems so small, so too few people. I think when I first moved into town, it was 100, I think. Then it went down to 75. 50 just doesn't sound right to me. So I would urge you to vote against this.
Comments come on the motion. Up in the balcony. Yep, Ms. Clement.
Karen Clement, 101 Main Street. I'm a firm believer in reducing it to the 50.
Karen, can you turn the mic down a little bit, or or up? Yeah.
For those of us that have come to the meetings twice yearly for years and have to sit here and wait for people to come, half hour, an hour, and it gets old. If people don't want to come, then it's up to them. The last 2 meetings had been canceled because we did not have a quorum, and I'd rather spend time at home than wait here, but I do come here because I want them to get a quorum. But when we can't get 75 people, I'm a firm believer in going with the 50, because those are the people that care. Thanks.
All right, comments come on the motion. And down here in the back, ma'am.
Thank you. Susan McNally, 11 Shirley Road. I can see Karen's point of view, but I guess I would like to see a larger percentage of the registered voters in town coming to meeting, and as opposed to lowering the quorum required, I'd really love for the town to investigate ways to get more people to come. This can be really difficult, especially in bad weather, for people who have to. I believe at the December meeting, it was recommended that people park over by the Common, and it was winter, it was bad weather, and even though I hate to admit it, I am getting older, and lots of us maybe aren't as capable or even willing to hike from a faraway parking place to get to the town hall. And then there are many people who have a hard time getting into the town hall. So you may not agree with me, but I think it would be great if we looked at other options, whether it's making the space more available here or looking at the schools with some of their extra large auditoriums and large parking spaces for everyone to come and easily get in for a meeting. That's it.
Mrs. Sedano?
I don't want to repeat, but I was one of those people that was here the last 2 meetings, and we had to cancel, and it's wasted time. It just seems like in all the years I've been attending, annual meeting isn't a problem. We get a quorum. The special does seem to be a problem. Would it be an idea to change the quorum maybe for the special town meeting, where that's just certain items, it's like housekeeping, where a lot of the zoning stuff comes in the annual meeting? Would that make people happy? I feel like a lot of the people that are nay-naying on this did not come to the last 2 meetings and haven't been through what we go through to try to get a quorum.
All right, comments come on the motion. And Ms. Stockwell, I did see her hand up earlier.
Thank you. I agree that, we are a democracy, and if we can't get here with 75 people, I thought 100 was short to get here for a meeting, then, maybe we have to stop and think, maybe a Board of Selectmen isn't an option anymore. Maybe a different form of government is what we really need then. If people are not interested in coming in and voting for these rules and regulations that govern us, then, we just have to change the government that we have. And I really hate to see it, because Townsend is an old town, and it has always been here, and it's always done this, and we always seem to get a quorum. Yes, special town meetings are very difficult. So maybe the Board of Selectmen need to think about maybe not having so many special town meetings, or maybe reminding people that the rules we set affect them. So you want to complain all you want, but if you don't come to the meetings, then you don't get to voice it. And I'm actually one too. I'm an older person. I don't always get to these meetings.
All right, comments come on the motion on Article 16. No, I'm sorry, 17. Any other comments? Ms. Robbins? Could get the mic, please.
Susan Robbins, 14 Hillside. Just as a point of reference, how many people did we have here tonight?
Say it again?
How many people did we have here tonight, just as a point of reference? Like,
How
must
many
have been
did we
more than
have?
75. I was curious.
I don't know.
Was that?
We don't.
Okay.
I would guess we had about 125, 30. Mr. Therian. Oh, okay. After you. Mr. Therian?
I know a vintage, but I remember going to Northern Middlesex Regional High School when we pulled that auditorium. I really oppose reducing this.
Bob, do you have it on? Sort of speak low, put it below you and speak down. Go ahead.
I just want you to consider, if we have a low quorum and an article comes on the floor, 50% of the people of that low quorum can control the action on the floor. I've witnessed this in another community. And so if there's an article that people are really involved with, they load the meeting. They stage the meeting. And then they get their vote in, and then they leave the meeting, and the remaining articles are not represented. It's a very dangerous thing to lower the quorum. If anything, we should be thinking of raising it. That's when we don't have a big turnout. It's not, I don't believe it's because, I think it's more attributed to, we have a lot of people that have moved into this community that are not familiar with town meeting. They've always had representative governments, municipal areas. So they may feel a little insecure or not knowing what to do, or new in town saying let the town people decide what they want. So I think the role of our community here is to get people, get these town meetings, special meetings, we will need them, on dates that would be amenable to most people. The last two that we had, one was not far away from the other one, and it was just, and then I don't remember, it was just bad timing on those dates. And the other one is posting a notice on the old church in the Townsend Harbor doesn't really effectively communicate there's a town meeting. The same thing in West Townsend. So we have to, as a community, let people more aware of the vote. I don't care if it takes a postcard in everybody's mailbox. Anyway,
Communication is an issue these days. Mr. Melanson.
Todd Melanson, 79 Clement Road. I was there for both of the meetings. They do a better job. It's on the website. It's on the digital signboards on 119 that we drive by every day. It's not just the time that we lose. The town actually loses money when we don't have these because it costs a significant amount of money to hold those, to post the notices and get everything out there. I'm actually for the 50 just because we never have a problem at annual meeting. We always have a quorum at annual meeting. There's always something to draw us in here. It's the special that needs to get done. You've got money that's being held up that was for TCAM. You had certain things that we needed to postpone for the water department that was money. It's just not regulation that we're talking about. There are things that need to get cleaned up at a specific time. And in these specials, we're just not getting it done. More often than not, I don't know how many we've had over the last few years, they've had to be rescheduled because at least the first time we never got a quorum. Most of the major changes that you're worried about with significant changes happen at annual town meeting. So I would speak in favor of that, just because I've been at most of them when we don't have a quorum. The last time, I think we called the fire department because they had training, and if we could have gotten to 75 with all of the firefighters to come, they would have given up their training night and come down here. That still wouldn't have got us to quorum. So, you know, begging the cost to the town financially, that the town has started to do a better job. It doesn't just post on the church. They do use the digital signboards. They do use the website, and we're still not getting people here. So I would speak in favor of the 50. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Sexton Duranian.
Chaz Sexton Duranian, 8 South Street. I know that we, the Board of Selectmen, have thought of other ways to be able to get people to the special. For instance, tonight, the Recreation Department is actually babysitting, having places for the kids to go, because we heard babysitting was an issue. If we have to truck somebody from the Common over to here, we can see if we can get that type of service available. It's just that people don't come out for the special, and the special, has been pointed out a couple of times, really is financial articles that we do need to move forward. TCAM are where you see the television. In regards to all of our meetings, tonight we voted on in the special monies that they should have gotten, you know, in November and December of last year that they didn't get. So it's really financial issues that are most important thing. I actually like the idea of having it just for the special, but as everybody says, the annual meeting is always well attended. Especially when you have certain articles on there. You know, I've seen it twice, 3 times the amount of people that's in here. So in that instance, I am for this article.
Mr. Shank.
Well, first of all, I want to thank everybody that voted. I was not involved in drawing this up. My opinion on this, I've been going to town meetings in town here for 50 years. We used to have it at the high school. There'd be 200 people all the time. I get it, people are getting a little older. People don't like to come out all hours of the night. I understand that. But I don't think it's a wise move, and my fellow select people may disagree with me, but I don't think 50 people should be running a $26 million budget. I think we really need to look at that. One woman.
All right, folks, let's.
As the woman said, that maybe the Board of Selectmen, we're doing something wrong. Well, I can tell you, I was on for 16 months prior to coming back to research everyone has been working very hard to try to make any meetings to get it done. Maybe we need to look at this differently. Maybe go back to a Saturday morning, you know, bring people out on a Saturday morning. It's better. I mean, I'm looking here, no disrespect to any of the seniors. You know, it's getting late for people at 10 or 11 o'clock at night.
It's getting later, Joe, so let's wrap it up.
So, my opinion, I just think I would not support the 50. I don't think it's the right move for this community at this time. Thank you.
All right, I'm sorry.
Jacek Pozdanowski, 16 Alisa Drive. I don't expect any answers today, but I need to ask the question. Is there any chance we could consider participation in meetings over internet? Thank you.
Not at this time. All right, I am going to call a point of order, consult with the deputy moderator to address the question about a standing vote. It was raised earlier, and in my opinion, that this itself would require a majority vote. I think there is some authority in town meeting time for me to simply order it, but I think that if there was a doubt about the vote, there could be a request for a standing vote. So, Mr. Sufa.
Rules of Order, isn't it? Okay, I've looked at Robert's Rules of Order while we were sitting here, and it implies that any member of a deliberative assembly may ask for a division, that is to say, a standing vote on any vote.
And we don't follow Robert's rules. Sorry.
What rules do we follow then?
We follow town meeting time. I'm sorry, I probably
All right, so
neglected to
I
mention that.
cite it for precedent of
Last time. They're very similar, but if they'll take a short 2-minute recess, we'll be back. And Town Council? Adam, could you join us? I don't see anything directly on I'll see if we've got him there, and can you, oh yeah, you're gonna get sworn in. All right, folks, I think we have a solution. Well, I'm gonna get Gene sworn in as deputy moderator and as a counter. Do we have our counters here now? Okay, so we'll have, Mr. Rahala will replace the missing one. Gene, would you get sworn in as a deputy moderator and a counter? Kathy, would you mind swearing Gene in? Sure. And while she does that,
Do you solemnly affirm that the Archly the present
thank you, Gene. Thank you, Kathy. Okay, I think the solution here is I'm going to ask if there are 7 voters who would want to see a standing count. Because we have a voice vote, folks, if we have a voice vote and it's questioned by 7 voters, we would have to do a standing count anyway. So let's find out if we have 7 people here who would like to see a standing vote. And if there are 7 people to stand, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that's 8. Yeah, okay, we've got 7. All right, so I'm going to ask the counters to come forward. And I don't want to cut off debate too soon. I mean, it's only 11:15. Is there any other questions about this article? And seeing none, I think we're ready to vote. So, all those, let's see, Gene and Vin, you do this section and the stage, and Brian, oh, you're back, okay. You guys do this side and the FinCom, all right? And Darlene and Mike, you do the balcony, all right? So we don't need Gene. You just make sure they do everything right. Okay. All right, all those in favor of the motion on Article 17, please stand and be counted to support that article. Right, this is to lower the quorum to 50. Okay, the balcony?
16.
Right, 6, 3 and 16, okay, 9, 16, okay, 25, okay. All right, all those who want to vote against Article 17, in other words, to maintain the current quorum of 75, please stand.
Mr. Moderator, we messed up. I gave you 16 in favor before,
Yeah.
but I didn't count 2 people. Can you change that?
I think we can allow that, yeah.
All right, so then there was 18 for yes,
18, yes, okay.
and our no's are also 18.
Those are also 18. Okay. And 8, okay. 18 is 3, 1 is 33, and 38, yeah, 71 to 28. Okay, the vote is 28 for, 71 against. The article does not carry. It's a majority vote. All right. Thank you, everybody. Article 18. To see if the town will vote to accept the Community Preservation Act, General Law 44B, Section 3 through 7, and establish a property tax surcharge of 2% to be effective July 1st, 2023. For the 3 general purposes of the CPA: open space, recreation land, and historical preservation, and the creation and support of community housing. And adopt the following 2 statutory exemptions. Property owned and occupied as a domicile by a person who would qualify for low-income housing or low and moderate-income senior housing in the town would be exempt from the surcharge upon filing an annual application. The first $100,000 of taxable value of residential real estate would be exempt. All right, is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town accept the Community Preservation Act, CPA, General Law 44B, Section 3-7, and establish a property tax surcharge of 2% to be effective January 1st, 2024 for the 3 general purposes of the CPA: open space, recreation land, and historic preservation, and the creation and support of community housing, and to adopt the following 2 statutory exemption: property owned and occupied as a domicile by a person who would qualify for low-income housing or low-income or moderate-income senior housing in the town would be exempt from the surcharge upon filing an annual application. The first $100,000 of taxable value of a residential real estate would be exempt. This is automatically applied. And further noting, the required by law adoption of the Act and imposition of the surcharge may occur only if the voters of the town approved adoption of the CPA in the form voted at this meeting.
Motion's made and seconded to adopt the CPA. Any questions on the motion? Ms. Fanioli.
Jess Fanioli, 328 Main Street. Is this going to make our taxes go up even more than what we already just said that they were going to go up?
Question comes on the motion. Someone from the board or Mr. Schlegel?
So there is a handout. I don't know if everybody had the handout, but a lot of this information is answered on the handout. For the exemption, there would be no increase. Like we said, we exempt middle and low income. So if you're a two-household family over 60 and your income is less than $112,000 a year, it wouldn't apply to you. And if you are under 60 and two-family income and $89,000 a year, it wouldn't apply to you. Again, the first $100,000, it doesn't apply to you. And then doing the math, based on that, for the average household, if we assume it's around a $300,000 household in the town of Townsend, the way that it works out, when you do the formula, it works out to an average about $75 to $80 per household, for those that don't have the exemption.
Questions and comments come on the motion on Article 18.
I have a question.
Any other questions? Yep. All right. Mr. Keith.
So, just for clarification, if my wife and I both make $60,000 a year and our house is worth $300,000, does that mean that we're going to have to pay an additional $4,000 a year?
No.
So 2% of 100,000 is 2,000, right?
Now, as I said, if you look at the formula, the way that it works, and it's all explained in the spreadsheet, and it's also in the thing, but the way the formula work, it would be 2% on increase on your tax minus the initial $100,000 exemption. So if the 2% increase of what your tax is, of your $4,000, would come out for the average family about $75 to $80.
So it's 2% of what I'm already paying in taxes?
Correct, sir.
Okay, comments come on the motion. Mr. Sawyer.
Joseph Sawyer, you got it. You got it. Reading Article 18 at the end, it says historic preservation. It says and creation and support of community housing. What's community housing? What does that mean?
Question comes on the motion. What's community housing mean?
So that's affordable housing or workforce housing. So that you can use a portion of the community preservation funds to support the creation or preservation of that housing in town.
So is this to be overseen, would this be like a town or a state level, like the town is going to build housing, community housing, or the state is going to build community housing, or this is just the town's going to build community housing, or what?
So it's a little more complicated than that. So what happens when you pass the Community Preservation Act is there's a Community Preservation Committee that is formed. That committee then takes in project applications. So you could have an application from a nonprofit that wants to build affordable housing. You could have an application from a developer that wants to add an affordable housing component to a market rate development. You could have the Housing Authority or the Affordable Housing Trust be the repository for those funds, so that the town controls the affordable housing development. And the Community Preservation Committee is the one who decides how to direct those funds. So one of the reasons why this is in front of town meeting right now is because the town recently adopted an affordable housing trust, and many small towns use the Community Preservation Act as a way to fund the affordable housing trust's kind of ongoing mission, kind of like to fund their purchase of land and plans to create more affordable housing in town. For that component of this, that's one of the 3 components that the Community Preservation Act is designed for, but that's what that one is for.
It sounds good on paper. It sounds good on paper, but is the point of this for the town just to own more land, for the town to buy and own more land and to take it away from people who want to own land, or?
I wouldn't say that at all. I would say that so the benefit of the Community Preservation Act is not just that you're setting aside this money for these purposes. The state has a matching fund. So the Community Preservation Trust Fund at the state level it writes communities who have adopted the Community Preservation Act a check every year based on how much of the surcharge that they bring in. So the last couple of years, that has been between 30 and 40%. So if you took in, $1 million, the state would write you a check of $300,000 or $400,000 extra for you to do, and you put that towards the Community Preservation Act's purposes.
I think a lot of people moved to smaller towns years ago, like Townsend, because they wanted to get away from cities for a healthier family life, or maybe to find land or places that were cheaper to live. And the problem now, and I think Mr. Schenk brought it up earlier, in a roundabout way, is that whether it's inflation or general taxes or just people being greedy, there's rents that are $2,000 a month for an apartment. That's not unheard of these days. I kind of question the government's need to create affordable housing for people in the first place. That's a little questionable, the motives. When it's greed, greed's the reason why the rents are too high. That's the reason why.
Okay. Mr. Madela, I think was...
Hi, Nathan Madela, 23 Brookline Street. I'm not sure if I have a question per se, but I'm reading this and it says open lands, let's see, the exact verbiage, open lands, historical preservation, supportive community, really stuff that we should be doing already by ourselves, not have a state mandated thing or a state program or act that was, adopted by us. Now, just for a point of information, 2 state agencies acquired over 220,000 acres just in 2020 alone, with money that's built into, I think it's some of it or most of it might be the Pittman-Robertson Act. So that's going to be your WMAs, your Division of Mass Wildlife, and Department of Fish and Game. But that's 220,000 acres in 1 year. So I don't know what other land is out there. Like, they do this every year, okay? And we have a small town. I love this town very much. So I just don't see what this is going to do for us with the added cost. That's all.
All right, comments come on the motion. I know Mr. Chaz, you had a question or a comment?
Well, no, I'll just make a comment and say that it's a lot more than that. There is any time that you file anything for the registry, there's a fee that's taken out that's put into this Preservation Act. When we are contributing into it, we are therefore getting money out of it. Yes, we do need, we should be taking care of this, but this allows us to take care of a lot more. The 3 areas that are involved is historic preservation, which we don't really do much of that in town, which we really should. Affordable housing is something that we definitely need to look into. Affordable housing doesn't mean Section 8. Affordable housing means that there's a lot of individuals, and if you look at the actual people for affordable housing, we're talking teachers, we're talking a lot of public service people. It's not just Section 8 people that we're talking about. The last portion of it is for the conservation and preservation, right? Yeah, so it's, yes, we have focused on those, but we don't have a lot of money. Being able to join the Community Preservation Act, we will not only will have a little bit of money from the townspeople, but we'll also get more money from the state to be able to do the things that we need to do. Affordable housing is number 1 in my mind. That's just my opinion. And number 2 is historical preservation, because we have a lot of beautiful historic buildings here in town that we need to start taking care of.
Mr. Schlegel.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So the that prong that talks about open space also talks about recreation. And so there's no requirement in the Community Preservation Act that you spend it on open space. You're allowed to spend it on recreation space as well, and maintaining and upgrading, obtaining places for outdoor recreation. So that's the kind of thing I think in towns that would be really, really useful, is to have, some extra money to take care of the places that we do have, and maybe produce some more kind of interesting outdoor spaces for people to have recreation in.
Okay, comments come on the motion. Mrs. Sodano, you're up there.
I agree. We need affordable housing desperately all across this country. But I caution you, beware of these government programs for affordable housing. We have a program called 40B, and it was created in the 1950s, and nobody's updated it. And we've had a few developments we've done, one over in Coppersmith Way, where there were 44 homes built. We agreed to reduce the density, so instead of 2 and 3 acre lots, they were like a half acre or less than that, so maybe 20,000 square feet. 11 of those homes had to be affordable. Well, we've lost some of them. The same over in, it used to be Benjamin Motel, the condos over there. 2 of those were affordable. We lost one of them because government rules. What's intended to be beneficial isn't always beneficial. And I'll say one more thing about affordability. Townsend falls under, we're in Middlesex County, so we're in Boston, all the big areas. Our affordability, 80% of the median household income is, we're already affordable in Townsend if you were to compare east of here. So I agree we need to do something, but I just don't feel like we need another government program. Thank you.
Comments come on the motion. Folks, let's maintain the decorum of the hall here. Almost done. Mr. Therian.
I have to agree with the last speaker. I have a very fear of what's called white hat legislation that has these buzzwords that sound wonderful, and when you read them and you get involved with them, they're not what they pretend to be. Here I see something that's supposed to promote conservation of land and also be used for affordable housing. So if we're taking land away, that means the remaining land gets more expensive. So, and then it's a tax. And the other part that disturbs me is that imagine now that there was $400,000 in the town's coffers for these programs. Who's going to get what? The historic people going to get something? The conservation people going to get something? The affordable housing people going to get something? Is the housing authority going to get something? All I can see is a lot of underfunded programs that are all going to get a little bit of something and not enough to do anything with. I've experienced that with the National Trust, which is a federal agency. And every state gets a percentage, an allotment. And if I had this town hall trying to get it into a national trust to preserve it, the requirements of what the preservation has to be is enormous. And because it has to be shared with 350 other communities in the Commonwealth, you get $8,000 a year for 50 years. It really is not an effective tool.
Mr. Therian, if you could try to wrap it up. We're getting near the end of our rope here.
Okay, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Kell.
Okay, let me see if this is on. Veronica Kell, 68 Meadow Road. This is a program that the state has had in place for 20 years now. The towns that took advantage of it were the wealthy communities on the Cape, along the shore, north and south of Boston. One of the reasons that those communities look well kept is because the towns, through the committee in the town who manages these funds, were wise enough to recognize that this is actually something that can be beneficial to the community. It can, the funds are, if you read the Give a Little, Get a Lot, you can see that there's a committee, it's on the back side, first paragraph, who decides which projects are funded. The committee includes one member each from the Conservation Commission, the Planning Board, the Historical Commission, the Housing Authority, and the Parks and Cemetery Commission, and you can have up to 4 additional at-large members. They are the people who decide what's happened, not the government. The state doesn't come in and say, this is how you must use the funds. The town gets to decide that. Yeah, I've been a selectman for 3 years, and I know that a lot of the things that could be done in town, we don't have a pot of money for engineering studies. We don't have money for matching funds for a lot of the federal or state programs that require that. This pool of this Community Preservation Act would allow us to build using the funds for the people in town who can afford to put in, and it's not an additional tax. It does not change the tax rate in town. This is a surcharge on your taxes, so it's a fee that is separate and set aside separately. You can see on one of the flyers, I don't have that one in my hand, the map of the state and the communities that have signed on to this. It will allow us to do a lot in town. It could allow us to have, to update the Kids Country Playground to be handicapped accessible for those in town who need that. It could allow us to take the town lands that were transferred to the Affordable Housing Trust and go forward with studies to build workforce housing in town on land that the town already owns, but we can't do anything with it because we don't have the money to do it. There is no pool of money. So this, for people who can't afford it, there are exemptions, and the exemptions were chosen for that reason. So I think it would be something that's really beneficial to this town. We already pay into the funds that get distributed to all the towns that have adopted it by any fee anything that's filed at the Registry of Deeds. It's a roughly $50 of everything that you pay, whether it's an order of conditions or you've refinanced your house and it gets filed at the registry. We've been paying into this for 20 years and we haven't taken advantage of it. So I would encourage you for this, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Carol, I think you had your hand up.
You know, Townsend has really high tax rate, and we pay a lot of property taxes. And now to ask, and with the price of electricity gone sky high, all our utilities, the price of food, and now, I mean, you saying it's not going to be $50 on your taxes. And even if it is a $50 additional on your taxes, you know, I could use that money to go buy groceries or pay my electric bill. This is like the worst time ever to ask to have a surcharge on your taxes when everything is so expensive and getting more expensive every day. I mean, that's why I'm against the CPA tax, because there's so many people, you know, there's so many, can't afford it, everything. And I believe your $300,000 average cost of a house, have you seen the prices of houses in Timberley Park? Can you believe they spent $500,000 for a two-bedroom Cape last year? So I think your $300,000 average cost is kind of low. Thank you.
All right, comments come on the motion. Mr. Melanson.
So I work in the town of Chelmsford, and a lot of the communities in Merrimack Valley have done a CPA. They've done some pretty remarkable things with it. You talk about affordable housing, recreation. I've seen them, a lot of the communities in and around where I work, the farms are going under. The towns actually buy the farms and turn them into community farms and keep them open spaces, but that the community uses. The decisions, like Veronica said, it's not going to be some state agency or some federal agency. It is going to be a board appointed either by them or elected by us. There'll be open meetings. Usually the appropriations have to go before town meeting. I'm not sure about the workings of it, but I've seen that go to place. I've seen them, to be honest with you, we don't do a good job maintaining what we have now. We've had people have come in and donated a fire station, a library, a senior center, because we never did that. We never maintained them. We never kept up the infrastructure that we have. This gives us the ability to step out of that, look towards the affordable housing portion of it, but also look towards the future where we have farms in town. There's the potential that they could get developed. This would give the town the opportunity, because the town gets first choice on that, being able to buy them and keep them open spaces and keep this the community that it is now. So I understand the cost on it. I see the economic impacts on everything that's going on, just like you all do. But where we don't do a good enough job maintaining what we have, this gives us an additional resource that we control, and we can pick and choose what we want. And I'd like to see us be able to hold on to those open spaces, be able to invest in recreation and things like that. You've got Groton becoming with the Groton Hills Music Center, a place to go. People are coming out this way. We need something to be able to grab onto that and start to take advantage of that as well. If we have recreation space or places people will come, maybe our property taxes won't be as much because we will have additional tax resources and stuff. Try not to look through it, I guess, through a very narrow scope, and look at the possibilities and just give it a fair shake. All right, thank you.
All right, comments come on the question. Sorry.
Jacek Mazanowski, 16 Alyssa Drive. We, meaning this town, 1 week ago voted against the proposal to raise taxes for educational purposes. And the vote came overwhelmingly against. So now we're asked to vote for a surcharge for a completely different reason, which in my mind, in my priorities, is not as high as education. So I'm asking everybody, how can you consciously vote for today for this proposal if many of you probably voted against raising taxes for education? Thank you.
All right, comments come on the motion on Article 18. I think we're ready to vote. Mrs. Stockwell?
Patience, sorry.
Get it close to your mouth.
Thank you. I'm really disappointed that you would take this time to bring up that tax on people now. Townsend is made up mainly of elderly people who are just trying to survive. The taxes that we had to pay this quarter or this year because of the increase in the assessment Also, $50 for me would definitely pay for my grocery bill, or at least part of it. Today, it's really hard to get out of a grocery store just paying $200, and I'm a single person. So I really have a hard time with this. The other thing is that Townsend's land is, a third of it is state land, okay? I have Chapter 61 land, which I've kept in, plus I have recreational land, which is 61. So I have 80 acres in that, which I don't pay a lot of taxes on it, but I have to pay to keep that. So I pay a forester, and I also have to a 10-year plan on it. Now, we also have farmers in here who have, we have Gary Shepard, who's a farmer. We have Clay Ayotte, who's a farmer. I'm trying to remember all the farmers, so if I, who? The Kings, thank you. The Kings are a farmer. I mean, they have a lot of open land, all right? Rossbacks, thank you. So there's a lot of open land here that preserves your oxygen and your water. Also, I know you have conservation land, and I don't know how much you have now, but I know over the years you've bought several, because there are several pieces of conservation land. And I know you just built, what is it, the elderly housing over on, actually on a park, Howard Park, that was given to the town as a park, which also now houses the senior center, the library, 2 schools, and 2 elderly housing. So I don't know where you're going to get out of under 9,000 people 2% tax. It's not Chelmsford. We don't have 50,000 people here. We only have under 9,000 people. So I don't know where you even think you're going to get any of that money at 2%. And if you're not going to, if you're going to give people some avenues of getting out, like I'm sure I will be able to get out of it because I don't have that much of an income on my retirement. So I think you really need to think this out.
Comments come on the question on, sorry, you're not recognized. Ms. Kell.
Just to, again, refer to the sheet, the income limits. If you're 60 or over, household of 1 is 98,000 plus, household of 2, 112,000 plus, household of 3, 126K, household of 4, 140K. For low income limits, these are non-senior, household of 1 is 78,000, 2, 89,000, 3, 100,000, and 4, 112,000. So there are exemptions for income and those who are concerned about buying groceries. I should also say that a vote for this isn't final. It also needs a ballot vote. And so in the interest of allowing all people to vote, I think it would be worth approving it today and then taking it to the ballot for everybody to vote for. So that's all I'll say.
Okay, comments come on Article 18. I think we're ready to vote. So all folks who are in favor, want to vote for Article 18, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. I'm going to try that again and try to use your natural voice. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. I believe the noes have it. All right, hold on. Article 19. To see if the town will vote to further implement the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 55C, by amending the town's general bylaws to add the following as a new Chapter 140 or take other action in relation thereto. I'm not going to ask this to be read. It appears as in the warrant that everyone has, that's right. But is there a motion to adopt Chapter 140?
I make a motion, Mr. Moderator. I move the town vote to amend its general bylaw by adding a new chapter, Chapter 140, entitled Townsend Affordable Housing Trust, as printed in the warrant.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. The article is as printed in the warrant. Can someone give us a brief explanation about what this is for? Mr. Schlegel.
So as we mentioned earlier in the evening, the town recently created an affordable housing trust by filing the appropriate documents at the Registry of Deeds and appointing the members, transferring property to those to the trust. This article encapsulates the trust into the town's bylaws, so that that makes it, number one, I think, easier for folks to find out the information about the creation and the setup of the trust rather than having to look through the Registry of Deeds. But number two, it also makes it, I think, more transparent for when there needs to be changes or alterations to the trust. We could do it by bylaw and then do it at the Registry of Deeds, but folks would know when we changed the bylaw that we were changing the trust. So it's just encapsulating what was already done when the trust was created.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schlegel. Is there any questions? Ms. Stockwell.
One quick one. Is this another enterprise fund like the water department?
No.
It sounds like it.
No, the Affordable Housing Trust is a trust that holds property. So an enterprise fund is a completely different setup. It's completely outside of the kind of town budget and operates on its own. The Affordable Housing Trust has appointed trustees appointed by the Board of Selectmen, and they act with respect to the property that the town, through town meeting, transferred to the trust. And if they have funds, then they can use those funds to take actions on those properties.
All right, thank you. Comments come on the question on Article 19. You ready to, no, one question? Yeah.
Leroy Boucher, 119 Main Street. How does this work with the zoning laws that we already have in effect? Will we have to come back at another meeting and change zoning?
Questions come on the motion. Mr. Schlegel?
The Affordable Housing Trust would be, all the zoning that's currently in town would apply to them as well. So there wouldn't be any changes to zoning, I wouldn't imagine.
Okay, I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 20, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Chair is in doubt. Article 19, that's what I said. Oh, no, all right, Article 19, sorry, I thought I said Article 19. All right, do that again, as Chair was in doubt. This is the article on 19, Article 19, on the Affordable Housing Trust. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. Article 20, Citizens Petition, to see if the town will vote to accept as a public way a certain portion of the roadway known as Harbor Trace Road and Cooperage Way. And I'll ask if there is a motion. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to accept as a public way a certain portion of the roadway known as Harbor Trace Road and Cooperage Way, and further to authorize the Board of Selectmen to acquire any necessary interests in said Harbor Trace Road and Cooperage Way as further described in the warrant.
All right, motion's made and seconded, basically to accept Harbor Trace Road and Cooperage Way as a public way in the town of Townsend. Is there anything to be said?
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
Helen Magliozzi, 10 Cooperage Way. I just wanted to ask if, I know that at a meeting in April, the builder was present with his lawyer, and there were questions about if all of the necessary bylaws for the roadway, sidewalks, etc. were met as required for the subdivision. Just curious, I know there was supposed to be some research done on that, if indeed he has met those requirements before the town takes the road over.
Okay, question comes on the motion. Mr. Slagle.
Through you, Mr. Moderator. Yes, so we pulled up the old subdivision regulations from 1999, reviewed the waivers that they were granted. All of the issues that had been raised were satisfied either via waivers or via those regulations not requiring them. So for instance, there was a question about whether or not they needed to have concrete or granite curbing, and in the 1999 subdivision regulations, that was at the discretion of the planning board. So the planning board at that time allowed them to have the berm as opposed to the curbing, and gave them a waiver for one sidewalk. They gave them a waiver for the length of the dead-end streets. So the properties were built out as required by the planning board at that time, back in 2001 when they were approved.
Okay, comments come on Article 20. Anything further to be said? Appears we're, Mr. Sawyer.
What's the general purpose of this article? In other words, why is it necessary to them to declare that a public way?
Basically, this is accepting them as a public way. They become a public way in Townsend.
Is that like to put sidewalk in or something, or it's just this land is now public way that was once private, or?
Mr. Slagle?
Yeah, so accepting a street as a public way, it is generally done when a developer has done the subdivision and it's up to the standards of the town. They generally relatively rapidly turn it over to the town. That's usually part of subdivision planning. In this case, the subdivision took a long time to get built out, so that's why it's been a while. The first thing that accepting a subdivision does is allows us to get Chapter 90 money for it. So the town gets money from the state for road improvements every year, and it's based on the linear feet of accepted streets in the town. The second, and kind of more specific to this site, is we need to have Harbor Trace Road accepted as a public way in order to do the improvements for the wastewater treatment plant, the water treatment plant. So earlier when we voted the extra money for the water treatment plant, part of that money was to put water mains through Harbor Trace Road and then to repave the road. That's not something we can do on a private way. We have to own it in order to do that and borrow money for it.
Mr. Sawyer.
Was it a private? Is this private now? Is it a private road now, or like what is it? What's the status of it right now before you vote on this?
It's a private way.
Okay. And I was going to bring up the water, but you mentioned already the water treatment thing. So thank you.
All right. Comments come on Article 20. It's I believe our last article. You guys want to stay here a little longer? No. Okay, I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the petition, or actually the motion on Article 20, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I just want to say thank you, everybody, for coming out. Remember to think about volunteering for town boards, because we need volunteers, and all of you are volunteers tonight, so thank you very much. And we need a motion to dissolve. Okay, motion is made to dissolve. Is there a second? There's a second. All those in favor of dissolving the meeting, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. Well, the ayes have it. Meeting is dissolved. I know.